Hello everyone, welcome back to Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Dual Destinies. Hello Sirundan, how's it going? I'm doing good, I think I turned the music down too far. Hold on. The Spoke Brooks is such a banger. Yeah, so today we're gonna be heading into the Cosmic Turnabout. I'm excited for this case because while I definitely didn't enjoy Turnabout Countdown, I did enjoy the story of, like, you know, Apollo leaving and whatever the fuck has to do with things, and obviously Phoenix returning you know, to the court. So we're gonna have to see how this goes down, because if I remember correctly, this is the case because Turnabout Countdown, right, there was a bombing during a court case, and Junie was accused of that bombing, and if I remember correctly, this case is the case that the original bombing took place at, that Apollo got caught in. So I'm very interested to see how the fuck does the murder of an astronaut correlate to lead to a courtroom bombing, and why the fuck was Junie arrested for the crime, since, like, what was her connection to this case? I'm very interested. I said a few things about the case, no spoilers. Oh yeah, let me see. It's the only case I don't dislike. Fountain of Mystery, don't remember it well. Interesting. Okay, then I'm looking forward to it. Although I have actually been enjoying I have actually been thoroughly enjoying Dual Destiny so far. I mean, I still think Turnabout Countdown was god awful. But Monstrous Turnabout and Turnabout Academy, I really like both of them, actually. So yeah, we'll see. This case is actually, I think, going to be a bit more specifically going to be a bit more interesting to me, because I've probably mentioned it before. Being an astronaut is effectively my ideal job. That basically everything I've that's sort of what the career path I've chosen will hopefully lead me to. So it's so it's gonna be something that I'm gonna be very thoroughly enjoy, having an astronaut themed murder case to solve. So with that said, let's hop right into it. Let me boot up the game. All right. Cosmic Turnabout. Let's get to it. Courtroom bombing. Courtroom bombing incident. A terrible attack launched by the will of a madman. Alright. That incident perfectly symbolized the state of the legal world in this dark age of the law. Mr. Wright brought it to a resolution of sorts. Ted Tonate was discovered to be the one responsible for the bombing. Right, but there were so many unanswered mysteries. Only it were that simple. Somehow, can't help but think. that there's a darker influence at work, and that's lurking in the shadows waiting. That's why I want to review the trial that was taking place when the bombing occurred. After all, I've got more than a few personal stakes in it. Alright, so Space Center, clearly.
1 hour remaining until launch.
Yeah.
Please begin your final equipment check.
Check complete. Everything's A-okay. We're ready here whenever you
I
are.
highly doubt that.
Come in, Act 2. Come in. Do you copy?
Alright. Yeah, so, okay, so the emergency takes place, they run out of the, they get out, then when they do, they sort of pass out, and then when they wake up, one of them has been stabbed. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Alright, where are we? December 16th. When did the last case take? Oh, right. The previous case, I want to say, Turnabout Academy, that is, took place in October, if I remember correctly, right? Because I was commenting about how nighttime seemed to be a bit early, even if it was winter, like the start of winter, even if it was getting close to winter. So it's been about 2 months since Turnabout Academy. And for another trial to begin. This one is different. I'm sorry to bother you, bud. Oh, hi, Junie. You all right, Apollo? Was I making a scary face just now? Oh, hi, Juniper. I'm fine. I was just doing my Chords of Steel exercises. Athena Sykes, latest sojourner agencies, lived in Europe. Finished like the head of her office. He was retired once, but made his return to the legal world a few months ago. Right, but he hasn't been back to court yet. At least not until Turnabout Countdown. Tracy Wright, aspiring magician, Mr. Wright adopted when duty called. Victim in this case, he was a Hat 2 crew member and a close friend of mine. I see. So that's, I'm guessing, the person, that's the close friend Apollo had mentioned in, it was either Monstrous Turnabout or Turnabout Academy. This is definitely personal. Yourself a friend, talented singer, student council president, she's studying to be a judge. Right, why are you here? I mean, I knew you had to be connected to the case since you would eventually go on to be blamed for the bombing, so you had to have been in the courthouse, but what is your connection to the case? Also, again, my chat is not updating properly. 1 second. Fedor, it's been a while since we last saw you here. How's it going? The space station is a cool setting for a murder case, to be honest. Also, it's recommended that the first time you play the DLC case before case 4, but it's not a big deal. Interesting. I think I'll be fine. I'll just probably. I think I'll just play it in the recommended order. Now I'm all ready to go. Yes, knowing you, I'm sure you will be just fine. Oh, I brought you a present from my garden. Is this a lotus root? That's right. My grandma says lotus root is good for your eyes. She even says that if you look through the holes, it can help you see into the future. It's for good luck. Maybe later you can cook it and... Thanks for this. I'm gonna have some right now. Oh my! Kinda tough though. You can't eat it raw, but thank you for the enthusiastic try. She didn't think me weird before, she will now. I've got to calm down. Apollo, sorry I'm late. Hi, Tina. Junie, I didn't know you were coming today. Did you come to cheer Apollo on? Oh, I get it. You sly little thing, you. Tina, stop. Quit kidding around, Athena. The trial's about to start any second. Is everything all set? Apollo. Don't you ever figure it out? Figure out what? Yeah, bro is completely clueless. Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. What's this guy? This is it! It's all over for me! Bro, I saw that goatee and my mind immediately went to fucking Laurice doxing him, but thank God it's not him. Bro looks like a fucking rocket. They're gonna find me guilty. This is our client, one Mr. Solomon Sol Starbuck. He's a very famous astronaut who happens to be an acquaintance of mine. Saying this is Clay Ternan. Clay Terran. You don't know it right now, but he's usually a very upbeat and driven person. The scene of the crime this time happened to be the Cosmos Space Center. That was the angriest and loudest sigh ever. Yeah. Back in high school, my best friend and I went there almost a little too much. That's where we met Mr. Starbuck. Asking about space travel, and he'd launch into a story after story with so much passion. You know, I'm gonna be honest, if you're in any kind of ship, spaceship, sea ship, whatever the fuck, and you got a guy named Starbuck on the crew, you should probably get off that, because odds are the captain's called Ahab, the ship's called the Pequod, and you're gonna fucking die fighting a giant whale. Back in those days, the man was 100% my hero. Are you sure you're okay with being my lawyer, Apollo? Of course I'm sure. I know you, Mr. Starbuck. I know you're not the type to commit murder. Thanks, but... I'm supposed to be in space right about now. He's so depressed, it almost seems like an act. The launch getting called off must have been a huge shock. I'll probably never get the chance to go into space again. Don't say that, don't stop believing. You just have to go into space again. Yeah, I don't think I can face Clay in the afterlife. I just rotted away in a cell. I think those sighs are supposed to be tired. Probably. 33. Got it. Clay Terran. I can't believe he was murdered. I mean, he was such a promising astronaut under your command. Yeah, he was a good guy. Always there to pick me up when I was down. No one loved life as much as him, that's for sure. He was always so full of energy, telling me, "You're fine, Mr. Starbuck!" God damn it! How could something like this happen to a guy like him, huh? I've never seen Mr. Starbuck so down. Clay's gone and I'm going to prison. I wish I could burn up like a shooting star right now. Mr. Starbuck, you'll be fine. What is it? What's with the yelling? I'll get to the bottom of this today. You'll see. In exchange for that, I want you to go back into space for you and Clay. Promise? Does that mean you have lots of evidence to prove my innocence? I have an autopsy report and my bag. Sure no. Alright. Cause of death, stabbing. The victim was discovered in the third floor boarding lounge of the main building. Okay, yeah, and I did notice he was carrying some kind of canister with him during the intro cutscene, but I wasn't sure what that was. Very interesting. Looks like they went right for the heart. Oh, well, about that. We didn't get to investigate the area as much as I would have liked, thanks to the police. I'm done for, I'm a goner. Everybody thinks I did it. That I was gonna soar like a comet, but I'm just gonna crash like a meteorite. No, don't say that, Mr. Starbuck. Yeah, don't count yourself out yet. I know it's hard to lose a teammate, but you've gotta keep going. What about you, Apollo? What about me? I was just thinking, wasn't Clay your best friend? Yeah. We need to focus on the trial right now. You all ready to go? Apollo? Yeah, this is not the first time he's had to deal with, like, people close to him being involved in murder trials, like his mentor being a fucking murderer. Trial's about to begin. If the defense would please proceed into the courtroom. Okay, here we go. This is it. This is one trial I can't afford to lose. Yep, you gotta do it for your friend. For Clay's sake and our clients, I will find Clay's killer. I really don't like when a case doesn't have investigation segments, like how 9 of the first cases have it. This is sort of like the build-up for the story. That is true, but at the same time, they just going in cold into a court case can also be fun. Oh, that box is during the. Court is now in session for the trial of Solomon Starbuck. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Oh. Is this after the bombing? Wait, hold on. Hold on, let me just double check timeline of events here. What day was Turnabout Countdown? Yeah. Shut up, Ted. Shut up, Ted. Anything on that little girl, right? Still don't know what's happening, but I guess we'll find out. Okay, so that's 17th. Fuck, what day was the... Okay, so this trial is the 17th. And then... Yeah, okay, this is before the... okay, this is taking place before the bombing. What's going on then? This is the day before case 1. So yeah, this is where the bombing is going to take place. You have the bandage before the bombing? The bandage when saving Juniper in the Mood Matrix photo. Interesting. I had assumed the bandage was I had assumed the bandage was what happened to him in the was because of the explosion, but I guess not. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Excuse me, Mr. Justice.
Yes, Your Honor?
What happened to your eye?
That's what I'm asking! I'm fine. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Great, you're
Are you sure? I don't...
Well, you've learned from Phoenix Wright how to fucking dodge questions. I'm fine, Your Honor. The defense is ready. I'm sorry, Your Honor. He's been like this since yesterday. He keeps insisting it's just a sty.
I suppose it's something he doesn't want to discuss. Maybe he's entering a touchy age. Very well. And the prosecution? The prosecution appears to be ready as well.
So I like the fact that because of the order of the cases is all fucked up, it means that like we had Black Quill for like 3 different cases, and then all of a sudden we got stuck with Pain out of nowhere, and then I'm guessing back to Black Quill for the final case.
Prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence.
What's going on, Simon?
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet.
Huh?
Yeah! Ah! Yeah, so what's in there? What's in that box? Because I definitely remember that box being involved in Turnabout Countdown somewhat.
The prosecution is now ready.
It didn't take him long this time. What's up with Black Quill? I wonder if he has some personal stake in this case. That'd be interesting.
Now then, shall I give the opening statement?
Silence.
I'm just trying to do my job here, for crying out loud.
I'll do it.
You will? What an unexpected surprise!
This time, I can't leave it to anyone else.
I see. Something is off with the 2 of you today. You both seem different somehow. Maybe it's the 2-month time skip. What the fuck happened? Very well, Prosecutor Blackwell. Your opening statement, if you would.
It was just yesterday. The crimes in question occurred at the Cosmos Space Center.
Ah, that famous federal research facility of all things related to astrology, right?
So, is Junie not even in any way related to the case, and she literally just showed up because she has a crush on Apollo, and that's how she got fucking, convicted of the bombing?
Astronomy. It's astronomy. Anyway, a rocket was set to launch from there. But at 9:28 a.m., before they could even move the rocket to the launch site, two explosive devices were detonated, and the launch was cancelled.
Right.
My word, 2 bombs! How dreadful!
The defendant in today's trial is charged with both the bombing and with murder. One Mr. Solomon Starbuck. For whatever inane reason, he detonated a bomb on the rocket he himself would be in.
That sounds like the opposite of a motive, Black Quill.
Solomon Starbuck! I recognize that name! Isn't he a famous astronaut?
Correct, your baldness. And Mr. Starbuck was the pilot of the Had-1 rocket 7 years ago. As you may recall, despite some interstellar trouble, the mission was a success. Some say it was a miracle he returned alive. I suppose you could say he's a living legend.
Oh, I remember now. He's become something of an international celebrity, right?
The Hat-1 miracle. Let's hope for the future. I've got to make it back alive. Oh, he had worse hair back then. Come along, captivating Odyssey. 3D.
We've got a real space pioneer in court today.
But even heroes tumble from time to time, from their lofty heights. Returning to the subject at hand.
Ah, yes, the victim was one Mr. Clay Tarrant, a subordinate of the defendant.
Indeed, a loyal disciple brutally stabbed to death by his mentor.
Stabbed to death, you say? You mean his death wasn't a result of the bombing?
Correct. Despite his lofty dreams, the victim at sea was seen as an interloper by the defendant, and so he was sent down into space but to the universe, which we mortals cannot see.
Clay.
I think I've heard enough. This case seems pretty clear-cut at this point.
They have presented not a single shred of evidence! Thanks to God, the judge is getting worse.
However, there is one thing I'm curious about. That metal box next to the witness stand. What purpose does it serve exactly?
Since you asked so nicely, it's your coffin.
Ah! Have mercy on me!
I jest. It's evidence. Due to its immense size, we've little choice but to lay it where it rests now. We shall get to the contents of the box in due time.
I feel like I just lost 50 years of my life!
Does he even have 50 years left? Inner monologue, Athena. Inner monologue.
Enough jabbering.
Bobby Fulbright's the name, and justice we trust. Ah, Detective Fulbright. Very well then, please explain the details of the incident to the court.
Do we have any evidence? No. Great.
Alright, first take a look at this pamphlet from the Cosmos Space Center. In it, you'll find a diagram outlining the overall layout of the Space Center. Right. Yeah, there we are.
Let's go to Jupiter. Launchpad, Space Museum.
More detailed look at what's on the left side of the building. Take a look at this cross section that we, the police, have created.
Okay, so there's an elevator. Third floor is the lounge, launchpad corridor. There's an upper level, middle level, lower level. Elevator and a ladder connecting lower and upper levels. Ooh, this is looking complex. I like this.
See the launch pad of the main building? The launch pad is the square building and the rounded structure is the main one, correct? You got it! The incident took place at Launchpad 1 and in the building's lounge. I'll be using this diagram during my testimony. That'll make it easier to understand.
Okay. Details of the case. Fill us in, since I know nothing.
Just before the rocket was set to launch, 2 bombs went off. Boom, boom! One on the 2nd floor of the Space Center's main building, and one on Launchpad 1. Thankfully, the only 2 astronauts were in Launchpad 1 at the time, and 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge. But after the escape, one of the 2 was found stabbed to death.
I see. So it's more a situation of like no one else could have done it because the access to the lounge in the form of the elevator was blocked off.
A murder on top of a bombing. Detective, the victim was already dead by the time you arrived at the lounge, correct? Yep. Thinking he'd sabotaged the bombing. The defendant killed him right there in the rocket.
Then why would he carry him out? Fulbright!
Look at this tragic photo. Oh my, is that a knife in the victim's chest? Yes, Your Honor. It's a knife that cruelly ended this young man's dreams. We couldn't get any prints off of it, though, because the defendant was in a spacesuit.
Actually, yeah, why isn't he wearing a glove? That's something I just noticed. Now that you've mentioned gloves. Because, yeah, obviously... If they were getting ready to, if they were getting ready to launch, obviously they would have been in their full suits, right? And obviously the reason why he doesn't have a helmet on is obviously the police had to take the helmet off to identify the victim. But they'd have no reason to take off the gloves, so the glove must have been removed by the murderer for some reason. Huh.
By the way, Detective Fulbright, why are the victim's helmet and right glove absent in this photograph? We had to remove them to identify him, Your Honor.
Oh, the glove was also removed by the police? Why?
I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. Yes, it would be very difficult to identify him without a face or fingerprints.
You're gonna just...
Now, there's just one more thing I'd like to know. What is this round thing next to the victim in the photo?
Something so important to the victim, he took it with him when he escaped the launch pad.
Didn't Blackwood literally just said he was stabbed in the rocket, you fucking dumbass? Man, the prosecution and the police really need to get their act together. Like,
A capsule that apparently contains asteroid samples, which obviously valuable for research purposes. It has no relation to the case.
I highly doubt that.
I see.
So, we know the bomb in the main building was on the 2nd floor. Where was the bomb that was in Launchpad 1 located?
That one was on the rocket itself. It's situated around the central part of the rocket. Apparently, the area around the launch pad's elevator was a sea of flames. I'd like to submit this diagram report into the record.
Bombing report? That trial's just started and we're already in a bind. Now, Fulbright's being a fool like usual. Utility knife, victim's blood was found, no fingerprints could be lifted, right? Okay, cool. You're used to it. Besides, that's what cross-examination is for, right? What the two astronauts are doing during the bombing. That'll be the key. Details of the case. Okay. Give me more info. I know nothing about this case. How powerful were the explosions?
Well, the one in the main building wasn't strong enough to bring the place down. But the room it went off in was burnt black. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Due in large part, of course, to me stepping up to lead the evacuation.
Wait, what are you doing there in the first place, Detective Fulbright?
I'm Bobby Fulbright, hero of justice. I'll be there whenever and wherever and whenever people need my help. I'll get to the other side of the world, or even the edge of the universe.
I'm not sure he knows how far that actually is. But I guess I'll leave that one alone.
Admirable decision, Justice Dono.
Let he decide.
Anyway, could you describe what it was like in the Space Center at the time? Also, I did some research regarding what Dono actually means, and it's actually very interesting, and I'll probably talk about that at the end of the stream, if I remember.
A bomb cut the power to the central bank of elevators at the third floor lounge. And it's pitch black in there, I tell ya. However, the security cameras and whatnot were running on emergency backup.
How did the evacuation go? Wait, security cameras? Do we have footage?
I immediately and heroically whisked people down the Space Center basement shelter. A basement shelter? Yeah, it's an emergency shelter beneath the Space Center.
An emergency shelter, huh? Oh, here it is. It's at the bottom of the diagram.
Right.
Space Center's pretty impressive to have its own shelter. And despite tight security, police officers and riot police have been standing by, gave the evacuation instruction. Power outage and evacuation seem unrelated to the murder at this point. Evacuation instruction immediately. There was a power outage. The areas remained dark. Security systems switched over to emergency power, continued to work. Evacuees moved to the basement shelter. Was everyone accounted for? I guess I'll leave that aside for now. So there were 2 explosions in total, correct?
Yep, that's right. One on the second floor of the Space Center's main building. One in Launch Pad 1. Thankfully. Oh, shit.
Hold it!
Let me get this straight. Mr. Starbuck rigged a rocket he was going to board with explosives.
Huh? What are you talking about?
If the defendant really did plant the bomb on his own rocket, he'd get caught in the explosion as well.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
I'm aware.
Fine, a simpleton for a simpleton. Fulbright, the motive.
Understood. The defendant actually had astrophobia.
Astrophobia? What's that?
A fear of space, naturally. Just the thought of space can cause the afflicted to freeze up. And so in his terror, the defendant found a way to stop the launch at the last minute.
Are we talking about the same defendant? That's absurd!
Unfortunately for you, we have evidence. Take a look at these.
What are they?
These are anti-anxiety tablets were found among the defendant's possessions. Apparently, he was taking them in secret to quell his fears.
There were a multitude of problems on the rocket Mr. Starbuck rode 7 years ago. Rumor has it threatened to crash a number of times as well. That was, of course, very traumatic for Mr. Starbuck.
Protection!
But that doesn't mean he'd go as far as to blow up his own ship.
Silence!
The defendant couldn't bear to mar his good name, now could he? No, not after the media had branded him Soul Starbuck, space pioneer extraordinaire. Given these conditions, the defendant could hardly run away like some base mutt.
What, so that's why you think he resorted to the bombing? I mean, I will give him it is a possible motive.
Naturally, he constructed this act of sabotage in order to blow up the space center, which would effectively abort the launch, but spare his reputation.
Now I'm sure you understand why we have to bring justice down on this atrocious criminal. Thankfully, only had 2 astronauts were on launch pad 1 at the time.
Are you sure it was only 2 of them?
It was just before the spaceship was set to launch, so of course it was only those 2.
Well, there could have been somebody else inside that rocket.
The notion of a third party in Launchpad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. It allowed me to stay up front there a precious few with the clearance to do so.
A fingerprint recognition device? It sounds as futuristic and complex as a space center. Actually, it's not as amazing as you think, Your Honor. Take a look at this photo. This is the door in the lounge with a fingerprint lock. The only personnel whose fingerprints are registered can pass through. I see. That is very different from what I had in mind. And is there a record of the number of people who passed through that door yesterday? Yes, there are only 3. The defendant, the victim, and the director of the Space Center, Yuri Cosmos.
Okay. Doesn't that mean it's possible the director is the one who did it?
Not a chance. He was in the main building when the bombs exploded at 9:28, doing his job directing the launch. Besides having an alibi, he has no motive for committing these senseless acts.
He has a point. I guess the director can't be considered a suspect then. Well, but the thing is, we know the murder didn't take place in the launch pad. The murder took place in the lounge. Magic door lock operated by fingerprint recognition. Only to defend the victim, the Space Center director had access. Fingerprints with Director Cosmos, Starbuck, and Terran are authorized. An independent security team managed the usage records. Backup power allows it to function even when the power goes out. Attempts to use fingerprint recognition are also recorded via security camera. That is very interesting.
See if they managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge.
So while it would appear the pair barely escaped their lives, in actuality, one of them had already been murdered inside the rocket? That's the angle the prosecution wants to push, correct?
You got it! In fact, that's what I've been trying to say this whole time!
Yeah, why wouldn't you just leave the... If the defendant had been stabbed before the bombs, why wouldn't you just leave his corpse in there so that it would burn up with the fire and then there wouldn't be any evidence left?
If the victim had been alive, he would have for sure tried to stop the bombing.
Is there any chance Mr. Terran could have been killed before he boarded the rocket?
They're both alive and well at boarding time, and embarked under their own power. Their hearts full of hope and dreams of space.
And both of their hopes and dreams are dashed.
If I may continue the explanation, after the evacuation order was given, the defendant made his escape, carrying the victim to make it look like a rescue.
Okay.
After the escape, one of the 2 was found stabbed to death.
And who was the first to find the victim?
Actually, there were 2 of them.
The Space Center director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arm.
That's familiar. Candace Arm. Was she the victim in the first case? Maybe is she gonna show up to testify, and then she's gonna get killed in the bombing, and then that's the victim in the next case? Maybe. It is also interesting that her name is a pun on can disarm. Okay.
One of them was a detective? Yep, Detective R specializes in bombings, you see.
Yeah, that makes sense.
She and the director were observing the evacuation following the explosions. They were also worried about the astronauts, so they hurried over to the boarding lounge. That's when they discovered the victim along with the defendant.
Two witnesses, huh? One of them is the detective? I thought either of them would have anything to say that would help me. Well, we gotta hear them out. What matters is the truth. You believe in your client and pursue the truth, you will find the right person eventually. That's just, that's Professor Court's method.
I think that pretty much covers the details of the case. Only the victim and the defendant were on the launch pad when the former was killed. If this is the truth, then only Mr. Starbuck could have carried out this crime.
Little I could get out of him only hurts my case.
Justice Donoa. Foolish is the warrior who rushes headlong into battle. Preparation is an essential element of battle. So I advise you to take a gander at this.
Ooh, security cam footage. What is this?
Footage from a security camera. The two astronauts emerge from the bowels of the Launch 1 corridor. The boarding lounge security camera captured the desperate escape.
Why would you show that to me? You can literally see that neither of them have been stabbed at this point. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? I don't recall something like this happening since Gatto showed that one piece of evidence that basically just revealed who the killer was in I think Stolen Turnabout?
Now I would direct your attention to what the defendant is shouldering, which you can see is none other than the lifeless body of the victim.
Yeah, but there's no blood. You also can't tell who is who in the photo. What?
Order, I say. This lines up exactly with what the prosecution has been asserting.
I should have known Blackwell would have something like this ready. Apollo? Hold on. Are there any identifying marks here? Not that I can see. How exactly did they determine that Clay was already gone in that footage? Ah, I see what you mean. Whether Clay was still alive at the point is pretty crucial. Yeah, the whole case hinges on that. Your Honor, please take another look at this footage. Isn't it possible that Mr. Terran was still alive here, and that Mr. Starbuck was helping him?
Why, I believe you're right. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship.
Silence.
Perhaps that is what it looks like to a one-eyed hothead and a dotard. But it only makes sense if it's the victim's dead body.
What do you mean?
Fulbright. Explain to Justice, Dono.
Hey, got it! Ready, kids? If the murder had occurred in the lounge, someone would have spotted it. Anyone can enter the lounge after all. But doing it while they're alone in the spaceship, that's a horse of a different color.
Judge, what is this? Nah, look at my prosecution, dog. No criminal is ever getting convicted in this court. What are they? Are they actually stupid? Hello? Yeah, no shit. What? Anyone can access the lounge, so anyone could have committed the murder. Are you dumb? Nah, bro. What is happening? Where is Clavier when you need him? God damn. Can we get a real prosecutor in this courtroom? Like a Clavier or Edgeworth? For fuck's sake, this is embarrassing, and the investigation is falling apart. Fulbright might actually be a worse detective than Gumshoe was.
Objection!
But you can't deny there's a possibility the murder could have happened in the lounge. That video shows as a man helping his fellow astronaut out.
Your assertion is based on emotion. It's based on your belief that Mr. Starbuck would surely help his own disciple.
And yours is based on fucking what?
But you have no logical explanation as why the victim could still be alive.
You have no logical explanation as to why he would be dead. Nah.
Unfortunately, Mr. Justice, the prosecution is right. Your argument is lacking in sound logic.
No, it fucking isn't. It sounded perfectly logical to me.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have no further objections? I believe it's time to bring this cross-examination to a close.
Objections? Well,
Hold it!
Thank you, Athena. Your Honor, the defense requests a little time to think and regroup.
Given the facts, I'm not sure I see the need.
What is it, Athena? It's just, there's something that's been bothering me.
If it isn't the defense stalling for time, as always. Very well, I'm feeling generous. You may have a small measure of time.
Yes!
You have 5 seconds.
5 seconds!
After that, I declare this cross-examination be closed and a verdict rendered. Your boldness, raise your gavel high. It's time for a countdown.
Oh!
Ready?
We don't have time! Spit it out, Athena!
Only 3 more seconds!
Ah! This is insane! Look, I don't think the prosecution's explanation is very complete. Meaning? Meaning there's something missing. Like, I think they conveniently left it unexplained. Something they didn't explain. And they didn't explain. Ah! You're right. I think I know what you're talking about.
Your 5 seconds are up, Mr. Justice. Is there anything about the prosecution's argument that you'd like to rebut?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, there is. There's something the prosecutor has yet made clear to this court.
Well, if you put it that way. What is it the prosecution has failed to explain?
Yeah, why the body was moved. If the murder had just taken place in the rocket, it would have been burned away. If the murder had taken place in the rocket, the bombing could have been then the death could be blamed on the bombing, because as long as the body just got caught right near the explosion and was completely destroyed, you wouldn't be able to perform an autopsy report and find that the stabbing was the cause of death. Thus, therefore, you would just assume that the person got caught in the explosion rather than was murdered. So then they'd have, no reason. The only way they could figure out you were the murderer is if they figured out you set the explosives. Now that's a much harder thing to solve. Yeah, why the fuck would you move the body? They failed to explain why Mr. Starbuck would bother bringing the body back at all. If the defendant wanted to kill the victim, why didn't he just leave his body in the rocket? Why go through the trouble of bringing him all the way back to the boarding lounge?
Oh, that's true. I don't think we've heard the prosecution's thoughts on that yet.
That's because they have none, Your Honor. After all, how does one explain something so illogical? The prosecution is claiming the defendant moved the victim's dead body. What if the entire premise of that argument is wrong?
Then let's hear your theory, Mr. Justice.
The defense proposes the defendant didn't kill the victim. He was helping him.
Fulbright, explain it for our sad friend here before I nod off to his monotone monologue, informing exactly why Space Boy moved the victim.
They've gotta be joking. It's simple. Mr. Starbuck did what he did to direct suspicion away from himself. He wanted to create this impression that he heroically risked his life to save his partner. That's why he made sure to make it to the security camera so there'd be a record.
At the very least, he appears to have achieved success with you and the old man.
Ah. I went away. How is the case going? I'm enjoying it so far, though I do think the prosecution and the police are doing a very poor job on this one.
One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship.
The average person wearing a spacesuit would easily weigh over 200 pounds. Saving the life of a partner who weighs as much while trying to escape deadly flames. What a dramatic sob story fit for the silver screen.
Indeed, I was completely taken in by the humanity of the story.
You have no evidence! You're just saying shit! You're just making shit up!
You see, yet the true ending is that all traces of his hammy act were meant to be blown up. Yes, and now we arrive at the thrilling conclusion. The third explosion.
Objection!
What? What are you talking about? There was no third explosion.
Silence.
Indeed, you are correct. But that is thanks to Detective Arm. It was she who identified and secured the bomb.
Right, and that's what's in the case, and that's what's gonna blow up the courtroom.
However, it doesn't change the fact the third bomb was discovered in the lounge. The sealed coffin beside the witness stand. That would be a bomb transport case. We use it to transport that deactivated bomb here. It is found in the lounge. A bomb in the form of this most distasteful toy.
Wait. That looks like that one thing in Professor Quartz in the art club room, right? The thing that Athena said looked like Apollo? Because it also was this sort of like red demon elephant with a guilty sign. What the fuck? How the fuck does this connect to Themis Legal Academy? What? What?
One on the second floor of the main building, one on the launch pad, and one in the lounge. The defendant planned to set off all 3 fireworks.
He's so... This is what the prosecution office has come to after Lana Sky resigned. Holy shit. First they let in Gatto, and now this idiot. Oh my god. So, bear with me for a second. Simon. The bomb in the, where was it? Yeah, the bomb on the second floor. it was stated that that bomb basically turned that entire room black. Anyone in that room who was in that room at the time of the explosion would have died. You're telling me the defendant placed a bomb, which he was gonna set off in the lounge when he was in the lounge? Are you stupid? This is incredible. No, this isn't even the dark age of the law. It's just the fucking stupid age of the law. Holy shit.
Fortunately, the third was discovered because it could be detonated. Before it could be detonated, for had it not, the victim's body and other vital evidence would surely have been immolated. And also the defendant! The defendant would have been immolated as well! What are you talking about?
Oh, hi, guitar player. How's it going?
Objection!
Ah! Did manage to get me an Xbox Series S. Oh, nice. I've always been more of a PlayStation person, but good for you.
Before you utter a word, know that the evidence supports me.
Bro, you have not presented a single shred of evidence that is at all convincing. You've just done nothing but baseless conjecture. What are you talking about? It's like he's reading my mind. Luckily, Persona 3 Reload is on Game Pass. Oh, is it? That's very nice. I've been really enjoying the game so far.
As it is still undergoing forensic investigations, I do not have the evidence on hand. However, know that a peculiar item was found in one of Mr. Starbuck's pockets. Specifically, a bomb detonation switch.
You found what? Okay, I guess he does have a single piece of evidence. Oh, that's good on you. Good on you. You've, it's taken you an hour to do what Edgeworth and Christoph Gavin usually do in like the first 5 minutes of a court case. I mean, Clavier. I mean, Christoph was good at his job too, but he wasn't a prosecutor.
I suspect the defendant had no time to destroy such damning evidence. When the Space Center director and Detective Arm stumbled across the murder, so he thought to hide it in his pocket. Feeble-brained that he is.
No, Mr. Starbuck would never do anything like that. Oh, Polly's dead.
Justice Dunno, open your eye and see the truth.
This appears to be irrefutable evidence that the accused set off the explosions.
No, there has to be some kind of mistake. This can't be the truth.
Still can't accept it. I believe in your... you'll believe in your client, come what may. Then why don't you cross-examine the defendant himself?
I would love to, because whatever trap you think you're laying for me, everything that I've seen so far makes me believe you're not smart enough to actually lay a proper trap. So I'll gladly walk into the trap that you're setting for me. Plus, it's not a trap if you know you're walking into one. This has got to be a trap. It's like Blackwell's controlling the entire game. Yeah, it seems like he was waiting for me to bring up the body moving issue. Why do you say that? Because he had just the right argument when I pointed it out. To really rub it in, he had a decisive piece of evidence up his sleeve, too. He was trying to shake my faith in Mr. Starbuck and break me down. And making you cross-examine Mr. Starbuck at this point was part of his plan, too. Totally underhanded, but I wouldn't expect anything less from him.
Now let us hear from the arch-villain, the fiendish murderer himself. Famed astronaut Solomon Starbuck
You know, I would like to point out that you are currently 0 for 2 in calling people fiendish murderers. So I don't know if you use those exact words, but so far every person I've heard you call a murderer has turned out to be innocent. So
Witness, your name and occupation, please. Solomon Starbuck, astronaut. Ah! How did this happen? Mr. Starbuck, you aren't looking very well. Will you be able to give testimony? Ah! No. Well, unfortunately, no is not an option. You are being accused of the Space Center bombing and the murder of Clay Terran. Please testify to these allegations. Mind if I take this suit off? It's getting real heavy.
Silence.
It's not the weight of the suit that you feel, but of your sins. Prepare to carry that weight for the rest of your life.
Banish me to the moon. I don't care anymore.
ah, that was super negative. Is he gonna be all right up there? He'll be fine, I think. As long as he doesn't totally give up and say he did it, that is. Bro, Apollo sweats so much that bandage is gotta be like completely soaked through after each murder trial, like a fucking wet tissue.
All I did was support Clay over my shoulder and get us out of the rocket. Like always, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. Right? Clay has passed out by the time we got the order to evacuate. I didn't kill Clay. I was trying to save him. So you assert you didn't set off the bombs or murder the victim? You bet, but I bet you think I'm lying, right? I reserve all judgment until after I've heard your full testimony. I'm sure you don't believe me. I bet you don't even believe I'm an astronaut.
I don't think the judge doubts that. Who would wear a suit like that except an astronaut?
I will say that when I saw you in that movie, you appeared quite courageous, though I suppose reality never quite lives up to fantasy. I guess I'm just a big disappointment. I really don't care what happens anymore.
Oh no, he's completely given up!
What a depressing fellow. If you were to join me in the clink, I imagine that annoying sighing of yours would rub off on the other inmates.
Like how it rubbed off on Prosecutor Blackwell a second ago? Huh? That was Blackwell sighing? Mr. Starbuck's testimony contains a glaring contradiction. The question is, what does it mean? If Mr. Starbuck is my client, I can't be gun shy now. It's time to find the truth. Alright. All I did was support Clay over my shoulder and get us out of the rocket.
Hold it!
Alright. So, what you're saying is that the victim was still alive at the time.
Of course. He was alive and well.
Silence.
If so, then you admit you took a man who was alive and well and silenced him permanently with this.
What? No! Black hole confirmed! Dead ahead! Ah! It's no good, Captain! I'm getting sucked in!
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, you are not in space! Please give your testimony seriously.
I was just nerves, but maybe I shouldn't have said he was alive and well. It was more like he was slumped over.
Those are completely opposite ends of the spectrum. Always, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor.
Hold it!
Well, that's an issue. Considering that elevator must have been on fire. In the elevator inside the launch pad area. That's right. We always use it to get to and from the cockpit. That makes sense, so he was just using the route he always used. In spite of the fact that there had just been an explosion? Huh? I think Mr. Starbuck's hiding something. Something pretty big. Order to evacuate. Passed out. Why was he passed out? Probably because of the explosion. That noise and vibration were incredible. It's little wonder a person would pass out, right? I guess? Not that I know.
Ah! I've been hit by space debris. The main engine's on fire. It's gonna blow. Ah! Oh no!
Yeah, I see. I guess it does make sense that someone would pass out. Especially if the person in question is Mr. Starbuck.
Anyway.
I didn't kill Clay, I was trying to save him. Okay. Don't worry, I understand. I'll make sure everything turns out alright.
But everyone's glaring at me like I did it.
Apollo, you have to reassure him better than that. And how am I supposed to do that? I'd imagine how he's feeling. Use that to figure out how to boost his confidence. Mr. Starbuck, think back to what Clay used to say. It's times like these when he would repeat, "I'm fine," to himself.
I'm fine. Yeah, I guess he did say that a lot. Ah! But even if I shouted, Clay will still be dead. Ah! What's the use?
Ah! Can somebody please reassure me now? Apollo, something strange about Mr. Starbuck's testimony. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. There's a glaring contradiction. I just wonder why it's there and what it means for our case. Well, it doesn't look like he's lying, at least. Guess I'll have to show some evidence. Play over shoulder. Okay. Or near the elevator. Yep, let's go.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, I need your testimony to be as accurate as possible.
Was I not being accurate?
No, because it's impossible for you to have taken the elevator down to the main level.
What makes you say that, Mr. Justice?
Please recall where the bomb went off in Launch Pad 1. Also recall that after the explosion, the middle level and elevator were engulfed in flames.
Oh, you're right. Which means...
Exactly. The launch pad's elevator would have been unusable. In other words... Mr. Starbuck, your statement is decidedly inconsistent with the facts.
What's with the helmet? Mission Command! Mission Command! Do you read me? Come in, please.
Objection!
This is Mission Command. I order you to pay attention. Stop this nonsense and answer my question, Mr. Starbuck.
Ah, my helmet! Ah! My oxygen tank! Oxygen concentration, body temperature declining, request medical assistance! Ah!
Oh my, this man might have the worst PTSD I have ever seen. What the fuck?
Mr. Starbuck, we are not in space right now. Please stop pretending you have lost consciousness and stand back up. I apologize, Your Honor. I forgot I was still on Earth.
I feel like we all just got a real glimpse of Solomon Starbuck the astronaut. Yeah, he seems more like an astronaut now than when he was doing all the sighing. Mr. Starbuck, would you please explain the inconsistency in your statement? About how you used the middle level elevator?
I was nervous that I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. Actually, I took a different route, I think.
Different route.
I hope you're able to deliver a straight story this time.
I'll get it right this time. Maybe. No, I mean probably.
Probably.
It's understandable to be nervous, but let me remind you, accuracy is paramount in court.
My escape route.
Oh, let's see. My escape route. What I said before was a mistake. I remember now. I took a different route. Maybe. Probably. With the castle and Clay in my arms, I made my way down from the upper level.
You're saying you escaped without using the elevator?
That's right. There's a ladder that spans the upper and middle levels.
Well, you were carrying an unconscious body and a meteorite container?
I used that ladder to get to the middle level. Luckily, the fire hadn't reached the ladder, so we can make our escape that way.
And the capsule you mentioned? I suppose you mean the thing next to Mr. Terran here. Is the capsule that important that you'd risk your life to take it with you?
It almost goes without saying, but yeah, that capsule contains asteroid samples. They're forts and valuables, research material. With his spacesuit on, Clay weighed a ton, but securing the capsule was also important.
I need you to answer to the best of your ability. Mr. Starbuck, please remember that your verdict is riding on your testimony.
Maybe I am guilty after all. I wonder if you can see the stars in prison. Bet it's more comfortable than a spaceship.
Oh, we're so fucked.
Let's see. My escape route. What I said before was a mistake. I remember now. I took a different route. Maybe. Probably.
Hold it!
How could you mistake such a basic fact?
Everybody makes mistakes, but try thinking about the vastness of space instead. From Earth, it takes 4 light years to travel to the nearest neighboring star. So you see, compared to the vast expanse of space, human error is insignificant.
I wish you'd consider it just a little more significant than 0.
Enough jabbering. Get on with your testimony.
Oh. I remember I took a different route now. Maybe, probably.
Maybe, probably. Did I hear that right, Mr. Starbuck?
I didn't say either of those things. Mission Control, come in, please. An error has occurred in the sound system. Activate emergency tin can telephone. Oh no! Tin can telephones were infected with the vacuum of space.
Stop this nonsense. I will sever you and your tin can telephone.
All right, I'm begging you. I'll tell you the truth. Just don't sever anything.
Apollo, is he gonna be alright? I'm starting to think he's not.
Let's see. So, about when we were running away? With the capsule and Clay in my arms, I made my way down from the upper level.
Hold it!
There's some bullshit. The upper level of the launch pad area.
That's right. That's what I said, isn't it?
Granted, that route does exist. So to recap, you had Clay over your right shoulder and the capsule in your left hand.
Yeah, it's really important, so I couldn't let it get burned up. Even though Clay was really heavy, I couldn't afford to carry him with both hands. I did the best I could with him over one shoulder and the capsule in my other hand.
I don't think the meaning of what he just said has hit him yet.
You know what you have to do with that statement? Justice, Dono.
Yeah, I know. Well, I've come this far. I'm not turning back now. It's time to present some evidence. So Mr. Starbuck selected Clay in the capsule, which means it's just like in the footage. I can see why he couldn't run, though. Must have weighed over 200 pounds just by himself. Yeah, and he had to support Clay, who was another 200 pounds? Plus, he had to ensure the safety of that capsule? I don't think I could have even walked under those circumstances. Long and straightforward is probably about all I would be able to manage. Alright. It's either the Space Center diagram and the fact that it was a ladder that was the only way to get down. I don't know why my head is itchy so much. Or the security camera video showing that he literally had no arms. It's one of the two, but I'm not sure which one. I'm going to try the
Objection!
No. Consider the evidence. There's obviously something wrong with that statement.
Your gall knows no bounds. It's shocking, really.
What's that supposed to mean?
You stand there brazenly objecting to perfectly factual statements. One does not see such shameless behavior that often.
A penalty for a shameless attorney.
Okay. Looks like Blackwell is turning the judge against me. Okay, so it is the diagram.
Objection!
Okay. Mr. Starbuck, why don't you just tell the truth?
The truth? Let's see. The Earth is blue? No, that's not right. So I guess the Earth isn't blue? Yeah, that's it.
The truth, Mr. Starbuck.
The oxygen concentration is super low in this area. Prepare the emergency oxygen tanks. Mr. Justice, the witness appears confused. Please help out draw the truth from him.
I don't remember Blackbeard being bad at his job in this case. He's gotten better now, but at the start he was very bad. Mr. Starbuck, under the circumstances at the time, you couldn't possibly have reached the boarding lounge via the upper level route. Not as long as that was along the escape route, as this was along the escape route. Right, a ladder.
Take that!
To get down from the upper level to the middle level, where the Launchpad 1 corridor is, you have to go down the ladder. Isn't that right, Mr. Starbuck?
Of course! That's the only way we could escape.
Objection!
But how would that work? At the time, you were supporting Mr. Terran over your shoulder, were you not? And remember, he was in full space gear as well, putting him at over 200 pounds.
Ah! Oh! Well, it's easy on the moon. Gravity's only 1/6 of what it is on Earth.
Objection!
But the Space Center is located on Earth. Sort of being an octopus, climbing a ladder with an actual adult male in space gear in one arm? While carrying the capsule in your other is impossible. Wouldn't you say?
Oh!
So, Mr. Starbuck, how exactly did you climb down the ladder with your arms full?
Ah!
Mr. Starbuck, come clean and tell us the truth. Now.
Ah! Engineer! Where's that engineer? Oxygen leak detected in a faulty maintenance and accurate immediately!
What the? He's flying the coop!
Ah, help! I'm caught on the sea!
What in the Maximilian Galactica is going on?
Help? Anyone? Bailiff, please prepare the cherry picker. We must launch our rescue mission at once.
Well, that's one way to take off while being questioned. I'd rather prove his innocence so we can go to space someday for real.
Now then, Mr. Starbuck, do you think you can keep your feet planted on the ground?
Yes, I apologize for losing control. Are you ready to tell us the truth?
Not that! Anything but that!
What is going on? This isn't the Mr. Starbuck I know.
It appears Space Boy is prone to deception. Witness.
Yikes! Yes?
I thought your story odd, but perhaps the inconsistencies can be explained as... the result of a medical side effect.
Ah, Prosecutor Blackwell, please don't talk about that.
What is going on? What are you talking about, Prosecutor Blackwell?
Didn't I already state that Space Boy is ironically terrified of going into space? That's why he took some precautions just before the launch. But you see, traces of this anti-anxiety drug are found in his system.
Oh. I sense things are about to nosedive.
You got it all wrong. I told them during the investigation, too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication. I swear.
It's found in his system, but he doesn't remember taking it? How could that be?
Somebody must have slipped them to me. But I guess maybe that's why I don't remember. Because of the side effects. Yeah, that's why I don't remember much about what happened.
What? So he was drugged.
Order in the court.
Can't get any useful testimony out of him. He doesn't remember anything. Oh, this certainly explains why his testimony kept changing. Oh, why didn't he just tell me he couldn't remember? I guess he didn't want anybody to find out he was terrified of going into space.
Maybe I really did do it.
Which brings us to the answers of our original question of how the witness climbed down the ladder with a dead body.
It does? So what is it?
A dead man feels no pain and makes no complaints, Justice Dono.
No, you are not about to say the dumbest.
He's so fucking dumb! He's so fucking dumb, dude! Oh my god, I saw that coming from a mile away!
There would be bruising all over his body. That is, right, I will point out here, right? This is a floor. That is 2 floors. If you drop a fucking body from 2 stories, there's gonna be some fucking... that body is gonna be completely bruised all over. That's not in the autopsy report, you fucking dumbass! But you should stop making shit up! It's so obvious!
Oh my, I see. And then the defendant could climb down with his free hand.
Objection!
Drop the body down? Who would do such a disrespectful thing? Besides, dropping the body would leave marks on the body itself.
So you are capable of quick thinking. Yes, you are correct.
Really? Oh, thanks? Thanks. Ah! Oh, what's this?
It's the oxygen tank from the victim's spacesuit. It ruptured. I'm sure you can figure out why.
You can't be implying it ruptured and the defendant dropped the victim's body.
I am, but they fracture easily when struck.
You know what also fractures easily? Human skin! It doesn't mention any bruising on the autopsy report.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the tank's explosion and shrapnel will leave its mark on the body. Yet according to the autopsy report, only the knife wound was found on the victim's body. You're clearly grasping at straws with this line of reasoning.
Silence.
The spacesuit isn't heavy for the sake of being heavy, Justice Dono. It includes the latest technological devices, made of the fabric of tomorrow. Fabric is made to protect astronauts from the dangers of space, so falling a few Earth yards would hardly leave a mark on the wearer.
That is not how that is not how spacesuits work. Spacesuits are designed for negative pressure to prevent, all the air inside from escaping. It's not meant to prevent impacts from the outside.
Objection!
Shouldn't it be impossible to stab someone through it as well?
It should, and yet through sheer coincidence, the knife slipped through a weak spot in the suit's structure, found its way to the target.
What are the chances?
You forget that our killer is an astronaut himself with knowledge of how the suit works.
He got me there.
And now my argument has been proven. Space Boy killed the victim in the rocket, then dropped his body from the upper level. After climbing down, he shouldered the body and made sure the camera recorded them. There's no room for debate about these facts. It is clear that Solomon Starbuck is the only one who could have killed Clay Terran.
Ah!
Here, the report regarding the astronaut's oxygen tank. Consider it my send-off gift. Feel free to use it as payment to cross the river Styx.
The victim's tank is ruptured with 0% left. The defendant had 80% remaining oxygen displayed on the left shoulder.
Not that one.
Yeah, display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows the oxygen remaining. After the incident, the victim's tank is ruptured and the remaining oxygen is 0%. Tank belonging to Starbuck, who claims to have carried the victim, said it was 80% full. Tanks are functioning properly at the time. Blackwell, buddy. Simon. Can I call you Simon? I'm gonna call you Simon. Simon Chan. I have done no investigation. Nothing. I came into this courtroom with nothing but an autopsy report. And now you are presenting evidence that just completely destroys your own case. I mean, this is... Wow! Bro, what are you doing? This is embarrassing. Come on. This is Goddo levels of idiocy from you. Really? Are you unaware of how math works? Do you think 50 is greater than 80, you fucking dumbass? So yeah, it is what I originally thought, and that's that it was swapped. The person that passed out wasn't Terran, it was Starbuck. Terran is the one carrying him, the one with 50 oxygen remaining. And obviously, since he has 50 oxygen remaining here, his tank didn't rupture until after he was fucking killed. And he wasn't killed until after he'd reached the lounge, at which point he could have been killed by fucking anyone. Why would you present this? What? Are you stupid? I mean, with prosecutors like this, who needs defense attorneys? I'm gonna be honest, bro. Like, what? His report is pretty detailed. Let's see. The display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows the oxygen remaining. Yes, that means the glowing cyan digits represent the amounts of the oxygen in the tank.
I'm done for! I'm going to prison instead of space!
Plus, it also makes sense, since Starbuck was knocked out, he was using less oxygen. Which is why his tank was higher.
Space boy.
Yes?
Take heart. The bejeweled night sky is still beautiful even when viewed but through bars.
You mean the stars are seen from prison?
That's right. Your soul will be your spaceship. Picture the view through the iron bars.
I'll let him monologue before I cut him down.
It's like being an astronaut in your own craft for all time.
That's not a half bad thought.
Mr. Starbuck, Rescuing a black hole got him good.
Spaceship prison cell. Fly me, my guilt and my despair, into the deepest, darkest space. And then let's get sucked into a black hole together!
Mr. Starbuck, you can't give up hope.
Oh, Yes, Apollo?
You know Clay really looked up to you. He said you were an incredible man. He said you'd never give up on your dreams and passion for space, no matter the situation.
He said that?
So don't give up now and help me prove your innocence. For the sake of the man who respected you and believed in you. Clay Terran!
Clay?
You're wasting your breath.
Jesus.
Oh!
Apollo, thank you. I can see things clearly now.
Mr. Starbuck?
I'm fine now. Thanks for reminding me of my life's mission.
Right. We'll both be fine. I'll prove you're innocent. You'll see. And after that, we'll get you back into space.
Hurrah! You've ignited the booster rockets of my soul! I'm on fire! I am Solomon Starbuck, astronaut, a cosmic hero chosen by the I am Kaito Momoda, the luminary of the stars! This is no time to be whimpering and crying. I won't let you and Clay down. Balderdash! The sun, the moon! All space is calling to me. Solomon Saul Starbuck, ready for launch. Begin countdown. 5,
4, 3,
2,
1!
lift off!
Did bro just swim through the air?
Wow, I feel like I've witnessed an actual rocket launch.
Apollo, you did it! You broke Prosecutor Blackwell's grip over Mr. Starbuck. I can't take all the credit. It was all Mr. Starbuck. He pulled himself through.
You simpletons are done massaging each other's egos. No matter how positive your mood, my advantage remains unshakable.
Nah, you just gave me evidence to disprove your entire case, dumbass.
I've been waiting for the final guilty verdict. Isn't that right, your baldness?
Ah, I can't let up now. I have to stop Blackwell. I have to see this through. Mr. Starbuck just has to make it back into space. Oh. I won't allow Clay's dream to remain unfulfilled. I've got to destroy Blackwell's argument somehow. Think, Justice, think! The only people at Launchpad 1 were Clay and Mr. Starbuck. And if Clay was already dead by the time this footage was taken, then the only person who could have killed him is Mr. Starbuck. So the only way to counter Blackwell's argument is if I can prove that Clay was still alive when they arrived at the boarding lounge. In which case, I should be able to find some contradiction in the evidence itself. Now let's see about this data we just received. It supposedly proves Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay's body in Launchpad 1. If I'm going to prove that false, then there must be something I can use here.
Enough of this farce, your baldness. Let us have your verdict.
Objection!
Not so fast! Prosecutor Blackwell, you seem to be in quite the rush. You seem to be in quite a hurry to rush the verdict. About this oxygen tank data you submitted just now. It says that Mr. Starbuck tank had 80% remaining when Mr. Terran had 0. You stand by the accuracy of this report. Trap him.
Of course.
And I guess it simply means that it's faulty, as evidence goes.
You'll explain what you mean, Justice Dono.
It's simple. This evidence contradicts the facts of the case. Take a look at the detailed description, you'll see what I mean.
I hope you have some evidence, Mr. Justice, because I don't see what's so contradictory.
Yes, Your Honor. Right away. This is the evidence that the oxygen tank report stands in contradiction to. Take that!
And how does this evidence present a contradiction?
The problem in this part here is this part here. Booyah! Note the remaining oxygen in Mr. Starbuck's tank as he carries Mr. Terran.
It appears to say 50.
Yes, but according to the data, our client's tank had 80% remaining.
The oxygen in the tank increased. I see! Ah, it all makes sense now. Mr. Starbuck must be half plant.
No. Okay, I'm just gonna ignore that. I see Your Honor finds it as strange as I do. It's bad enough that there is a contradiction, but the increase in oxygen is beyond illogical.
Oh my, you're absolutely right. What is going on here?
Silence.
What now?
I too find it odd the oxygen remaining is
Zero thoughts! No thoughts! Brain empty! A single brain cell firing up in black holes. Like, oh. Well, I mean, I guess that is odd, but I can't actually think what that might mean. I guess it's a mystery.
It'd be as odd as if my rations were to increase. But what does that prove?
You stupid. He's so stupid! Right. The oxygen in the tank can't increase, which only leaves one solution, and that is not Starbuck. Fucking dumbass.
It doesn't change the fact that the defendant carrying the victim's corpse.
Objection!
I'm going to bet you don't get more rations because you don't abide by the rules. Either way, the oxygen remaining shouldn't increase, just as your rations don't increase. And just as Detective Gumshoe's salary. Therefore, this new information is critical. We can't overlook it.
Silence.
In that case, do you have an answer to this riddle with the mysteriously increasing oxygen? You'd better not disappoint, or I'll declare the inconsistency as a mere equipment malfunction.
Nah, your own report says that they were functioning at the time.
Prosecutor Blackwell has a point. I suppose it could be a simple malfunction. Mr. Justice, if you cannot provide an adequate counter-argument to this point, I'm afraid I must bring this trial to an end. Do you think you can explain why the remaining oxygen level increased?
Of course I can. The thing to do at a time like this is turn my thinking around. Mr. Starbuck has no memory of it, but he claims to have carried clay. This man with the 50 in his tank ought to be Mr. Starbuck. But if anything, the display in its oxygen tank should have shown 80. There's a clear contradiction between the report and the security footage. What should I be asking is not why did the oxygen level increase, but what had to have happened to make it look like it increased? Am I making some kind of mistake in my base assumptions here? Yeah?
Well, Mr. Justice, we're waiting.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready to answer. This is why the remaining oxygen appears to have increased. The other way, the victim was carrying the defendant. Things were damaged. Yeah, the victim was carrying the defendant. What if it was the other way around?
The other way around? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice?
As you can see, Your Honor, both men had their helmets on in this footage. But it turns out, this is where our base assumptions went astray. We assumed that it was Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Taryn, but it was the other way around. It wasn't Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Taryn at all. It was Mr. Taryn who was helping Mr. Starbuck to the boarding lounge.
What? Order! Mr. Justice! You meant to tell me the person on the right in this image is the victim, Clay Taryn.
It's the only way the riddle of the increasing oxygen level can be solved, Your Honor. At this point in time, the remaining oxygen in the victim's tank was 50%. When the victim was found dead in the boarding lounge, his tank was at 0. That's right. There's nothing contradictory about the oxygen level decreasing. This means Mr. Taryn was alive as they made their escape into the lounge.
Silence.
You got nothing.
How short your memory is. Have you forgotten what you yourself proposed? Even if the victim was alive at this point in time. How did he descend the ladder with his arms full?
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you can't hurt me with a broken blade.
Excuse me?
It's true that we don't know how they got down the ladder. Suppose that matter needs further investigating. But we have proven that Mr. Taryn was alive when he reached the boarding lounge. This fact alone shatters your claims and opens up the possibility that the victim could have been killed by a third party. Gah! There were two people who claimed to be first on the scene. But can we truly trust their statements? Well, let's see. The two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? Think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. Might have to do a little more digging.
It seems we'll have to hear the testimony of these first two people on the scene.
Score.
Come to think of it, Detective Arm should be here in court right now. Balin, would you please show Detective Arm to the stand?
What now? Ted! Fuck, what was your voice? I forgot. Hold on 1 second, let me just... What the fuck was Ted's voice? Let's see. Live Apollo Justice episode 1. Ted Tonate. Let's see.
Nara must have mistaken me for the real bomber. How do you figure she did that?
Come on.
That was done by the real culprit.
No, I don't care about that. Skip forward a bit.
15R, I was shocked, but I did not detonate the bomb. Detective Arm must have mistaken me for the real bomber.
Okay. Just robotic. I can do that. I have an announcement, everyone.
Oh, what's the meaning of this? We're in the middle of a trial here.
Please remain calm and listen carefully. Someone has reactivated the bomb. The bomb was defused, but it's about to explode. Explode! And this is where it happened. A bomb! Now!
Everyone run!
I don't want to die! Oh no, everyone's panicking.
Silence.
Headless chickens are the death wish! The lot of you! Calm yourselves before all else!
Come on, Apollo, let's get out of here. What about Mr. Starbuck's dream? Who will carry out Clay's final wish? I don't care what happens to me. I'm not letting some bomb blow the truth up forever. I refuse to let things end here. Apollo, this is no time to be dramatic. If we don't get out of here, we're gonna die. Come on, this way. Ouch! Let me go! The trial will continue at a later date. Apollo? Juniper? She hasn't evacuated yet? Ah! Juniper! Are you alright? Apollo, no! No, not that way. Ah! To be continued. Okay. Well, we're gonna take a break here. Since this is a good spot to do it. We will be right back in a few minutes. I should probably comment on what's going on before we do that, actually. Okay, so here we are. The courtroom bombing. This is where the game starts. So I'm interested in what's going to happen now, because after this, right? Juniper should be arrested, and there should be the right. Juniper should be arrested for the bombing, and then the day after, Turnabout Countdown takes place. So what's gonna happen now? Are we gonna investigate the bombing? Are we gonna keep investigating Cosmic Turnabout? I'm not sure. Interesting. I definitely want to see where this goes, because and I think Candace Arm was the victim who died during the bombing, if I remember correctly. So we'll have to see. All right. With that said, I will be right back.
Never felt like down. I never felt like down. But they're still with me. Down. You gotta turn up down. I never felt like down. I never felt like down. They're still with me. Down. You gotta turn up.
All right, we are back. Hello, Sid Undone. The oxygen tank section was so dumb. Yeah, Black Quill really had a certified Goddo moment right there, because I distinctly remember there's one moment, and I think the stolen turnabout, if I remember correctly, where Goddo presents a piece of evidence that I don't think it literally had the killer's name written on it, but it like it very clearly had a clue written on the back of it that pointed to the real killer, and the only way Goddo could have not seen it is if he had never looked at the backside of the evidence, which is one of the dumbest moments I think in the entire series. And I do think this one, I think this is up there with it. Black Quill definitely gives a lot of Goddo energy, I will say. He's a lot better, though. He's a lot better than Goddo, that's for sure. Alright, cool. Let's keep going. Hey. Stay away from my face, stupid hair. I didn't really remember this case being like this. My memory of this case was very lacking. Maybe that's why it was the only case I didn't dislike. Possibly. I mean, I don't like Starbuck. Well, okay, maybe now that he's sort of regained his hope, he might actually be fine, but at least up until now, Starbuck has been incredibly annoying. Holy shit. But we'll have to see. I am enjoying the setup for the I do think it's on the weaker side, I think. In the middle of the Space Center bombing trial, we have another bombing incident. This one destroyed courtroom number 4. Furthermore, Apollo suffered massive injuries from being there. Bomb went off. Unfortunately, Juniper Woods was fingered as the courtroom bomber. Athena and I knew she had to be innocent, so we took her case on. We managed to clear Miss Wood's name. But Apollo sustained further injuries when he was attacked by Ted Tonate. September 19th, 2021 p.m. Right? Anything agency. Apollo is a tough guy, but this is taking its toll on him. Yeah, poor guy. Being attacked by Tonate like that on top of all his other injuries? Apollo is resting at the nearby Hickfield Clinic. God fucking damn it, no. I've had some experience with that place myself. What an awful turn of events. I never thought he'd land in a hospital of all places. You must miss him too, huh? Now that you don't have anybody to tease. Don't worry, he's young. He'll heal quickly and be back before you know it. It's been a while since I last saw Trucy look so down. He won the court case, yet nobody feels much like celebrating. Alright, enough of this, people! There's no time to be moping around. Now dry those eyes, both of you.
You're the only one who's crying, Athena.
Technicalities, look, we have work to do. We have to take over. Take over!
To take over what exactly?
Apollo Space Center case, of course. As no verdict has been reached, there's still a chance. I agree with Athena. We should pick up Mr. Starbuck's defense. We have to avenge our fallen comrade. Right, Daddy? Apollo hasn't exactly fallen. He's still alive, you know? Good. Now that that's settled, let's get going. Come on. We gotta run. Wait, right now? Now? I better not be running the whole way. There she goes. I better go catch up. You take care of the office, Trucy. Sure thing, Daddy. Let's be careful out there. In the meantime, I'm gonna bake some cookies and fill up the magic panties for you. Well, Trucy seems to be feeling a little better. I can always count on Athena to perk everybody up with her enthusiasm. Oh, she's back. Don't mind me, just forgot a few things. Wallet, phone, the documents, my bag. Sounds like you forgot everything. I can always count on Athena for that, too. All right, you two. Let's be careful out there. Oh yeah, now it's December 19th, so it's so yeah, case 1 went ahead and happened. So, our client is one Solomon Starbuck. He's so famous, even I've heard of him. That's right, he's the super famous astronaut that works at the Cosmos Space Center. He was actually up in outer space 7 years ago. Guess you know quite a lot about him. Now I'm all excited to meet the man. Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Apollo told me all about you. You're Phoenix Wright, Apollo's mentor, right? Yeah, that's right. Mentor has a nice ring to it. Hey, don't worry about a thing, Mr. Starbuck. Mr. Wright and I have got you covered. You're the new kid that Apollo told me about. Wait, don't I know you from somewhere? Huh? I mean, other than your trial? I don't think so. I guess so. My mistake. Wonder, could this have something to do with the case that Athena was involved when she was a child? My memory isn't what it used to be. My mind and body are kaput. Same goes for my life. I mean, I'm so astronomically unlucky that I had a bomb go off in the middle of my trial. Trying to defend me would be like trying to enter the stratosphere without a spacecraft. Yikes, he seriously got to stop depressing himself. Cheer up, Mr. Starbuck. Besides, that thing you said about entering the stratosphere, that just means we'd shine like shooting stars, right? Like shooting stars, huh? You know, you're right. What did I think of that? After all, that's what we are all put on this earth to do, right? To shine like stars. Guess I should mention the fact that shooting stars burn out in a flash. Oh yeah, here we go! 3, 2, 1! To the stratosphere and beyond! Yeah, I feel alive now. You can go ahead and ask me anything you want. Is that really all it takes? Yeah, he's a simple man, you know? Alright, so now things are probably a bit different now. Lawyer at my agency, she studied psychology while she was in Europe. Lawyer at my agency was attacked during the court bombing trial. He's currently recovering in the hospital. Daughter of most happens to be an aspiring magician. I adopted her 8 years ago. In this case, he was a Hat 2 crew member and a close friend of Apollo's. Jennifer Woods, Athena's childhood friend, attended her when she was on trial for the courtroom bombing incident. And in this case, he was a Hat 2 crew member and a mentor of the victim. Simon Blackwell, a prosecutor and prison inmate. He can manipulate witnesses through the power of suggestion. The detective assigned to this case, he led the evacuation effort at the Space Center after the bombing incident. Candace Arm, detective who specialized in the bomb cases, was on detail at the Space Center, one of the first to find the body. Didn't she die in the courtroom bombing? Or am I just mistaking her? I thought someone died in the courtroom bombing, and I remember her face coming up during it. Okay, no. Hold on. I think, instead of doing this, Did we? Yeah. I think what's going to be more productive here is to actually replay case 1. I think we can handle investigating next episode. For right now, I think playing case 1 is probably the best idea here. Because that's the direct continuation to what we just saw. Plus, it makes more sense to start next stream with an investigation. That way we can do investigation and then court case at the same time. That's the ideal way to do it, because then as long as I just keep doing investigation and court case in a single day, then yeah, that will that just lines things up better. So I think we're actually going to replay Turnabout Countdown right now. As much as I'm not really a fan of the case, I'm interested to see how the yeah, I'm interested to see how it actually played out. So let's do that. Because this will give me a much better understanding of case 4 going forward, I think. Right, so this is what we just saw, right? Ted Tonate, right? He's like, oh, there's a bomb. A bomb! Everyone runs out. A panic. Yeah, I think replaying this is definitely going to give us a better understanding.
Are dark times, where the law has been reduced to rubble, and it's up to us to restore it to its former glory. Yeah, I know what you mean. It looks like your target finally decided to make a move.
Target?
Don't you worry. I've got a trusty new partner on board.
What is he talking to?
Done.
I imagine it has to be some kind of investigator, right? If they're like targeting some kind of criminal and Phoenix suspects they're responsible for the bombing case?
She's been with us for half a year, though I can hardly believe it. Anyway, her power will be our greatest weapon.
So what investigators would Phoenix know? I mean, obviously Edgeworth, right? As a prosecutor.
Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned.
Gumshoe, could be Gumshoe, could be Emma, right?
Time to bring it to an end.
That seems to me like the three possible people he could be speaking to at that time, right? Or I guess Gavin, though I don't see why Phoenix would be speaking to Gavin, but you know, I guess they'd be on friendly terms after the events of Apollo Justice. So yeah, those are the 4 possibilities of who Phoenix could have been talking to on that phone. So Phoenix clearly suspects that. So there's someone that's been pursuing a certain criminal for a while now. Oh, God, he looks so badass. I fucking flipped when I saw this for the first time. But yeah, there's some. Oh, and is that? I think that's actually Terran's jacket that he's wearing. That's very nice. Okay, so. The best thing about bombs is how they erase and destroy. Without discretion. Now, all I have to do is pin everything on that little girl. But why Juniper? That's the question I was asking. She had nothing to do with the case. You know? Like if it was someone that had something to do with the case and they had a reason to stop it, like that I would understand. And all of it, by this case, I mean 4. What? Hold on, I think I might be missing a message. Reload. Again, all of it, by this case, I mean case 4, not 1. I don't know where you reference this case, but yes, I do want to replay case 1. It's okay. Because from what I remember, because like I think when we played Trials and Tribulations, I made sure to replay it's either Turnabout Beginnings or the first Turnabout. I think it's the first Turnabout. One of them is 1-1, the other one's 3-1. I made sure to replay 3-1 after playing 4-1, after playing 3-4, and that made me enjoy both of those cases as well as a lot more, as well as Bridge of the Turnabout, which, well, I didn't enjoy it as a mystery. I thought it was a great story. So I think replaying this case is going to be important here, especially for the getting the chronological stuff. I also, in Miles Edgeworth Investigations, I replayed I replayed case 1 after or I guess in the case of Investigation, I don't think I fully replayed case 1, but I definitely checked some stuff out of it. But here I definitely want to replay it because it's been a long time since I played this case, because we took a couple of big breaks and I want to be able to remember everything. I said that I realized I like case 4's mystery in the second trial, not the first. First trial was bad, which is probably why I had a decent impression. I see. Okay. Okay, but let's make sense of that intro cutscene, right? So, so Phoenix was speaking to someone on the phone. That person seems to be pursuing some kind of criminal whose MO seems to be bombings, right? Now, the sort of 4 possibilities I have for that person are Miles Edgeworth, the person that Phoenix was on the phone with, Miles Edgeworth, Clavier Gavin, Dick Gumshoe, Emma Skye, right? All 4 could have possibly been on the investigating Franziska von Karma. Okay, I think Franziska von Karma would also be a possibility, right? Since she works with Interpol doing investigations, right? So Phoenix is in contact, knows that someone that he's acquaintance with, I'm guessing someone that we already know, has been tracking down a certain criminal who commits bombings or whatever. So after the courtroom bombing, Phoenix recognizes that this is probably tied to the person to this person. So they call up the person that they know, and yeah. And so then that's when he decides, okay, finally, time to show up in courtroom. I don't know if Athena can handle this on her own, so I'm going to go show up to help just in case. Very interesting. I mean, my main thought is that the person he's talking to has to be Edgeworth, because we know Edgeworth is going to show up in case 5. And so that would make sense if Edgeworth is pursuing this sort of serial bombing culprit, right? But there's so many questions, like, what does this have to do with Constance Court? Because we know for a fact that sort of plushie that the bomb was hidden inside, we know for a fact that is the same sort of character that we saw in the art room during Turnabout Academy, right? But what the fuck was that doing at the Space Center? That's what I don't know. So the connection with Themis Legal Academy might mean that the person Phoenix is talking to is actually Clavier. That's also a possibility. But we'll see. Edgeworth is probably my main suspect, the main person I'm thinking about. but it could also be Emma. I don't know. Everything is related in Ace Attorney. Yeah, that's part of what I like, that the games have started doing more of these sort of interconnected storylines and non-linear storytelling. It's very nice. I'm really enjoying it so far. But yeah, that's enough speculation. Let's actually get to it, because Phoenix knows that this bombing is probably not related to the Turnabout Cosmos, and is more so has to do with some kind of more overarching villain of some kind. See, 9:22 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 5. No, not feeling nervous at all. It's amazing what a girl can get used to. Even the tense atmosphere like this is no biggie. Yeah, because she's already been in several cases before, right? She was, she obviously was the assistant for Turnabout. She was assistant for Turnabout, Monsters Turnabout, and the first day of Cosmic Turnabout, and she was lead defender for Turnabout Academy. You doing okay, Athena? Oh, right. This is Apollo. Oh, Apollo! Yeah, they're doing great. Like, I'm a little doing great. Oh, yeah? That's good to hear. Although, I could have sworn I heard your voice crack for a second there. Oh, that's transparent, huh? Checking? No, my voice isn't cracking. Nerves of steel here, I tell ya. This is Apollo Justice. He is a fellow lawyer at the office I work for. Apollo is the lead for the defense on this case. I'm gonna be here at the bench with him, doing what I can to help out. I'll do whatever it takes to defend Junie. Yeah, I like the fact that a bombing happens in the middle of a case they're working. And Apollo and Athena immediately, even with all his wounds, they drop everything to defend this case. And Blackwell just takes it as an opportunity to take the day off, like, I'm not fucking adding another case. What are you talking about? Nah, fuck that shit. I'll let Payne handle this one. Do whatever it takes to defend Junie. Are you gonna replay all of Case 1? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's gonna be very helpful for our understanding of the broader storyline. Your voice went several octaves up when you first stood in defense. Yeah, but hey, give the man his due. The first time he stood up there as a defense attorney, he was actually able to nail his own mentor for a murder and set down a chain of events that would eventually culminate in the solving of the murder of Gallant Garamarai and Zach Garamarai, Drew Misham, and the poisoning of Vera Misham. So, speaking of steel, how are you holding up? That explosion really did a number on you. I'm just happy you're okay, Athena. Although, I can't pretend I have no connection to this case. That's why I'm gonna see it to it that Juniper's name is cleared. Yeah. And I'm sure you feel much the same way. You got that right. I won't rest until Junie is completely cleared of all suspicion. Apollo, Athena! Thank you for doing this for me. Junie! I'm just gonna say, she looks a lot better in the judge robes. I think the judge outfit suits her a lot better than this one. Apollo Justice game was insane, especially the last case. Turnabout Secession is really, aka Maggie 2.0. I don't really see that. I mean, they're both, like, nervous, right? But I actually really enjoy Junie as a character, especially after Turnabout Academy. I didn't really enjoy Turnabout Secession that much when I first played through it, mainly because I felt the ending was a bit anticlimactic. But after watching a couple of playthroughs of it, since then, and just like sort of like thinking on the case a bit more, I've come to really enjoy it. Also, My feet are dying from standing. I need to get a mat. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Okay, now I won't have foot pain.
That's good. Yeah, I love Apollo Justice. It's no secret that I consider it the best Ace Attorney game. Really because I think Turnabout Trump is easily the best first case. I think Turnabout Corner I don't think is as good as the Stolen Turnabout, but it's definitely up there. I think Turnabout Corner is really good, and Turnabout Serenade had a few issues with it, but it was actually really good. My only issues with we hate the jury system, hope it never returns. Great Ace Attorney. Yes, I have heard that Great Ace Attorney has the jury system, and I'm very excited because that was actually one of my favorite things about Apollo Justice, and I'm kind of sad that it didn't come back in I'm kind of sad it didn't come back in Dual Destinies, but whatever. It is kind of funny that Phoenix literally just used the juris system. He didn't give a shit about the juris system at all. He just used this as the world's most elaborate plot to get Christoph Gavin convicted for his crime by loading up the jurists with people that would be sympathetic to Apollo, that are just tangentially not related to the case, fucking Thalassa Garamarai. I'm just saying, Professor Means and Chief Gant would both be thoroughly impressed, because that was, I think, that is the kind of level of planning that I think that's honestly more impressive than what Gant did to get Joe Dark convicted. I imagine that's why Professor Means asked Phoenix to go speak at the for the defense attorney if they won the trial, the mock trial, because he was just so impressed with how he let the ends justify the means on that one. But God, I love Hobo Phoenix so much. I'm kind of sad that he's gone. But yeah, let's keep going. Hey, are you okay? Sorry about that. I always seem to go into coughing fits whenever I get nervous. Bro, imagine getting accused of 2 different murders within the same game. That's insane. This kind of thing never happens at home in the forest, though. This is Juniper Woods. She's my dear, dear childhood friend. She's also our client for this case. The news keeps repeating that Junie is the alleged bomber. That's ridiculous. There's no way Junie would do anything like that. I brought you a little snack, Thena. Just a little something from my garden. Hey, thanks. So, is this an orange or tangerine? It's an orange. My grandma says that orange is the color of strength and endurance. Oh, I get it. Strength for the trial, right? Junie, you're always so good to me. Jeez, look at me. Standing here clutching an orange to my chest with tears in my eyes. My first time newbie. I mean, was she accused in the same game? Because obviously she was accused in Turnabout Sisters. And then she was accused in Reunion and Turnabout, right? Yeah, Maya was accused of murder multiple times. Same with Phoenix, but those were a year apart. He'll be so powerful in there, they won't know what hit him, right, Apollo? Yeah, that's right. Come what may, this is one trial. We can't lose. Ugh. Apollo? Apollo? Blood is seeping through his bandages. One of his wounds must have reopened.
All this time he was trying to put on a brave face, but he was really overdoing it.
Mr. Justice!
Huh?
The trial is about to start, sir. Please proceed with the courtroom.
What? Now? But Apollo's in no state to defend. I have to defend Juniper. What are we gonna do? The trial's about to start with or without us. There's only one other option I can think of at a time like this. But even if I called him now, he'd never get here in time. No, wait. There's something else I can do. Apollo, give me all the evidence for the case. Huh? What are you gonna do? Bailiff?
Yes, miss?
The defense would like to submit a substitution of attorney petition. Nina? You're not seriously. You just concentrate on getting better. I'll defend Junie. All by yourself? Athena, stop for a second and think about what you're saying. You never once taken on a case alone before, right? No hay problema. I can handle it, I think. I guess it's really up to you, Junie. Would you be okay with taking over? So let's see, what countries is, because I'm guessing all the, like, foreign languages she uses are from her time in Europe. So we know she's spent time in Spain. I also remember her using a German phrase, so she spent time in Germany. I don't remember other countries. I guess it's really up to you, Junie. Would you be okay with me taking over? Sure. I believe in you, Thena. And that's enough for me. You're worried for me, aren't you? To be honest, I'm pretty nervous too. I think my heart might just burst out of my chest. Yeah, and this makes a bit more sense, because, obviously, like, you know, Apollo and Phoenix have both just, like, had trials by fire before. But Athena, I understand now why they're worried about Athena, and that's because of how she froze up during Turnabout Academy. That actually makes this and Phoenix coming into her rescue make a lot more sense, considering what happened in Turnabout Academy. I think my heart might just burst out of my chest. You're in no shape to stand at the bench now. You'll just have to leave it to me. Alright, I can see your mind's made up anyways. I hate it that I can't be there, but I know you'll give your utmost to defend Juniper. You bet I will. Rest assured of that. My name is Athena Sykes. I'm still just a newbie, but I'm a lawyer. This is only the second time I've taken the lead in a defense case. Also, one thing that I will say that I really like about Dual Destinies is the fact that, now, like, at any time there's two people on the defense team, the assistant is also an attorney, right? Because, like, obviously, Athena is the lead for this case at first, and for, Turnabout Academy, but is also the assistant for the second half of this case, and Monstrous Turnabout. Apollo is obviously the lead for Monstrous Turnabout, but he becomes the assistant in Turnabout Academy. It's just nice because you can have a bit more, it helps flesh out the dynamics and make everyone actually feel like a competent member of a defense team, which, like, don't get me wrong, I like Maya, but it always felt like she didn't actually contribute much to the cases. Same with Trucy. The only assistant that I think, like, actually, like, actively contributed was Emma, and, you know, that one made sense. It's the only second time I've taken the lead in a defense case. Maybe the first time I stand up there alone, though. But I have to do this, and I'm definitely not about to let anything bad happen to Junie. Hence the duel in the title. Well, yeah, but it's actually three of them, because Athena, Phoenix, and Apollo. But yes, it is very nice having multiple defense attorney characters that we switch. That's also something that I really like, because obviously in obviously in the first 3 games, we only play as Phoenix. In Apollo Justice, we mainly play as Apollo, except for the flashbacks as Phoenix during the Mason system for Turnabout Secession, but that's sort of its own weird thing. I like that in this case, we're constantly swapping POVs from Apollo, Athena, and Phoenix. It's really nice. I really enjoyed that aspect of the game. Number 17, 9:46 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 5. Third game, Phoenix takes a break for one. Yeah, like, there are flashbacks, like in the, you know, Trials and Tribulations, you play as Mia for 2 cases, and you also play as Edgeworth for the first trial day, for the first day of Bridge to the Turnabout, right? So it's not unprecedented. It's just nice that rather than it being reserved for special cases, it's just a thing where, like, all 3 characters take the lead at different time.
Court is now in session for the trial of Juniper Woods.
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
Yeah, prosecution is also ready, Your Honor. Ha-ha! And what is the meaning of this? I was under the impression that Mr. Red Monkey would be my opponent today.
Yeah, so, actually, some interesting context. I don't have access to the court record right now. Never mind.
Yes, well, a substitution of attorney petition was submitted just a few moments ago. Due to the explosion of the courthouse yesterday, Mr. Justice was unable to continue.
I see. That'll surprise you that it's an excuse to run away. With me as an adversary, who wouldn't want to feign illness in order to escape?
What? The nerve of that guy. I'm gonna give it a piece of my mind. I'm already taking on fucking Black Quill, right? Like, all the other people, right? Like, Phoenix and Apollo both took on Pain as their first day in court, you know? Like, obviously, Apollo had a bit more to deal with than Phoenix did because he, and Mia. Well, no, actually, I think Mia's first court case, she took on fucking Edgeworth, so, but Edgeworth was, so she had a bit harder, but Edgeworth was also a newbie at the time, so that's fine, right? Like, Mia, Phoenix, and Apollo both, like, took on pretty easy opponents for their first trial, right? Little baby boy Edgeworth and then Winston Payne. Athena took on a fucking, like, took on Black Quill for her first, like, lead case, and is now coming back to beat the shit out of Payne. Like, bro is cooked. Bro is so cooked. I have a blast and this idiot calls it an illness. Well, I wouldn't mind if I wasn't so nervous. Ugh, this arrogant jerk.
You arrogant jerk.
No, Widget!
Is my hearing worse? I could have sworn I heard the defense say something just now.
No, I didn't hear anything at all. Especially not from me.
How odd. I could have sworn I also heard something.
Oh, now that would be my indispensable partner, Widget. He sometimes blurts out what I'm thinking.
Well then. If that's the case, then it's a clear contradiction to what you just stated.
Contradiction?
You just stated that you said nothing. However, if that device of yours says what you're thinking,
then you indeed said it what was it? Elegance at work? Actually, it was arrogant jerk.
At any rate, what does it matter if it's a red monkey or a yellow monkey facing me?
Bro thinks he's Frieza.
Hello, monkeys! Now at a fresh law school rookie can defend this witness.
I'm not an out-of-school rookie. I've been in 3 cases so far, although one of them is still unfinished. And one of them, I was the lead defender. Prosecutor Black Quill is at this point in time a legendary prosecutor who has seemingly brought about the dark age of the law, and I've already beaten his ass twice. What are you talking about?
Mr. Payne, I believe that's enough. Let us get back to the case.
Of course, Your Honor. I'm more than ready to show this little girl why they call me the Rookie Humiliator.
I'm not a rookie!
I knew it. He really is an arrogant jerk. Arrogant jerk!
Miss Sykes, if you continue to insult the prosecution, I will remove you from this court.
I'm very sorry. It's just a knee-jerk reaction.
Now then, Mr. Payne, your opening statement, if you please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Payne would be held in contempt of court for insulting the defense. Easy win, but we forget this is an Ace Attorney game where the law doesn't exist. I want to say there is one time where the judge actually penalizes the prosecution. Outside of obviously the Gregory Edgeworth, Manfred von Karma situation. But I'm trying to remember who it was. I want to say it was either Manfred, Franziska, or Edgeworth that actually got penalized by the judge at one point. Now then, the incident occurred yesterday at the very courthouse in courtroom number 4. Right? At the time, the trial for a certain bombing was being held in courtroom number 4. You know, maybe a full cup of G Fuel and two Coke cans is probably not the best idea, because I am getting the jitters right now. I am hopped up on so much caffeine. At the time, and the trial for a certain bombing was being held in courtroom number 4.
Yes, I was presiding over the trial as well. And Mr. Justice was there as the lawyer for the defense.
A bomb that was being presented as evidence suddenly went off during the trial.
I think we could blame Bobby Fulbright for that one. Fucking idiot.
It was a terrible incident, and the courtroom number 4 was completely destroyed. Fortunately, we were able to start evacuating procedures before the explosion occurred. Just a few seconds more, and it would have turned into a horrific loss of human life.
Bro said we. The fuck did you do? You weren't there. Prosecutor Blackwell actually helped, people, calm people down so they would evacuate orderly. You weren't there.
But there was, in fact, one death, was there not?
That is correct, Your Honor. When courtroom 4 was examined after the blast, a body of Detective Candace Arm was discovered.
Right. Now that is interesting, right? Because Candace Arm was going to be brought in to testify for the Cosmic Turnabout, right? Yet then she turns up, then an explosion happens and she turns up dead? That is extremely suspicious. Now that we actually have the context behind the explosion, right? Because that's the connection to the case, right? I don't believe that this was just a case of just a random bombing that just happened to coincide with that case. I think this was definite move by, I'm guessing, Ted Tonate to keep Candace Arm from speaking, from testifying. Interesting. Edmund tells no tales. Shame Maya is not here. True.
Yeah, she was to take the stand as a witness later in the trial.
I suppose she wasn't able to evacuate in time. What a terrible tragedy. I must admit, I stumbled at least 10 times myself before I was able to escape.
Maybe the court should see about getting you even shorter robes. The victim's body was found near the entrance to the courtroom. I suspect she stayed until the very end to help guide the others to safety.
Well, she was a bomb disposal expert, so it would make sense.
Your Honor, allow me to submit as evidence the victim's autopsy report. It details about the bomb.
Or
And, yep. Okay, I know how this works. All evidence for this trial is found in the court record. And I want to check something. I just use RB.
Attorney's badge. Cause of death. Trauma to the back of the head caused by the impact of a flat object. Time of death. Right. Because I don't think she died in the bombing, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure Ted beat her to death. Just using the bombing as cover. Stuffed animal. Time bomb that destroyed the courtroom. It was hidden inside a stuffed animal when it was detonated. Right. And again, I just don't understand why is this the same creature that was in the art room of Themis Legal Academy, right? Apollo Justice, another lawyer at the office, passionate about the law, just anything that is not fair or just. The Broad's climbing his friend of mine's childhood, sweet girl, loves nature, and studying to be a judge, apparently. Might want to mention that. Prosecuting attorney seems to exude unpleasantness, gasp in pain. Candace Arm, victim in this case, today was heading up the investigation into a bombing incident. Right. I better take a peek later.
Now then, please call the accused to the witness stand. Defendant, are you feeling all right? You're looking a bit pale.
I'm sorry, I was feeling a bit weak when I first arrived at the courtroom.
Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, our first time through this case took us about 4 hours. So that's roughly what we can expect, I think. So yeah, that should be fine.
But I'm all right.
Let me get the chat back real quick. Okay, cool.
Jenny's really giving it her all. I better make sure I do the same. If you could please proceed. Your name and occupation, defendant. Juniper Woods. I'm a high school student. Miss Woods, can you confirm that you were in the courthouse on the day in question? Yes, I came to know Apollo Justice through my friend Thena.
Right, through, Turnabout Academy.
And so, I was there yesterday to watch his trial and my sport.
Something's wrong. Junie's really scared.
Did you know I'm also known as the defendant humiliator? It looks like I have yet another chance to show everyone how I earned that moniker. Gah! This is arrogance know no bounds. I have to protect Juniper no matter what. Hey, you arrogant Prosecutor Payne! What is it? Do you want to demonstrate why I'm known as the Rookie Humiliator instead? Deep breaths, Athena. Don't let him get to you. Prosecutor Payne, Junie is telling the truth. Mr. Justice also backed up her claim when we saw him in the defendant lobby. Also, Junie, he said he was glad to get the lotus root you gave him, too. He was? My grandma says lotus root is good for your eyes.
Right, and that's what we, that's what happened at the beginning of 4. Right, of case 4.
She says they can even help you see in the future.
They can. That's the perfect present for a lawyer. And if that's true, I guess he must not have eaten them. Yeah.
A sweet, meek girl like this blowing a courtroom to bits. I must say, it's very hard to believe.
Now, Your Honor. Don't let her seemingly innocent appearance fool you. The defendant had a motive for committing the crime. That's not true. I don't have any kind of motive. And I didn't even know the lady who was killed. I admit the investigation didn't turn up any connection between the victim and the defendant. However, that doesn't matter. The only thing that does is that her objective was the destruction of the courtroom number 4 itself.
Right, and that's why it was, Right, they're just stipulating that the defendant that the victim happened to die. I mean, after Dahlia Hawthorne, I can't trust any innocent-looking person. That is true. Dahlia Hawthorne, yeah. Yeah, I think her, Gavin, and Gant are still the 3 most terrifying people in this series.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Why in the world did Miss Woods want to do that? A very good question, coming from a novice such as yourself. But first, a question for the defendant. Have you ever been brought up on false charges?
Ah, Turnabout Academy.
What? Yes, I have. And did that experience cause you to harbor a grudge against the court system? Now wait just a minute. If that kind of thing was a motive for blowing things up, every one of our clients would have turned into bombers.
That's a valid point. We wouldn't have a single courthouse left standing in the land.
I can see the accused isn't the only one who might bear resentment against the courts. But Miss Woods is the only person who could have committed this crime. Why? Because we have found some decisive evidence that proves the defendant's guilt.
Decisive, huh? I don't believe it when I see it.
It involves a very unique aspect of the bomb itself, Your Honor.
And what exactly was so unique about it?
Why don't we have Miss Sykes answer that question?
The fact that it was in a plushie?
Me? I notice that you appear to be very nervous, and well, gentleman that I am, I'd like to offer you a chance to gain some confidence with such an easy question. Could he be any more condescending? Really, what a thoroughly unpleasant man. L is for loser. Ah! What did he just say?
Nothing, not a single thing.
Oh, let's see. What was I supposed to do at a time like this? Oh, I know. The court record. The information I need is somewhere in the court record.
All right, Miss Sykes, let's hear your answer. What was unique about the bomb? Was it because
It was inside a stuffed animal.
Mr. Payne, what kind of simpleton do you take me for? You have stuffed inside a stuffed animal. Its evil intentions covered up by a cute exterior. Very good. Have a cookie. The bomb that went off in the courtroom was indeed hidden inside a stuffed animal. There, how do you like that? Not bad, huh? I am fine. Just like I said from the start, I can do this.
Yes, as I recall, the bomb was inside a stuffed animal the whole time. I never even got to take a look at it. But what connection does this impish elephant have with the defendant?
The answer to that question lies in another piece of evidence, which I have here.
And what, pray tell, is this? It appears to be a little singed.
It's a tail, Your Honor. The tail of the poor victim of the explosion.
That's incredible! Are you saying this is Detective Arm's tail?
Your Honor is very close, but no, this belongs to the stuffed animal. It's called the Phony Fanty, a rather unpleasant name if you ask me.
Phony Fanty.
He's the mascot for a campaign to eliminate false evidence and false charges, is he not?
I see. So then that explains why it showed up in court's art room. I wonder if that campaign was headed up originally by Constance Court, and she had designed the Phony Fanty. That's why it showed up. That's why it was in the art room. Okay, it's all coming together. That's why I wanted to replay this case.
Exactly. His motto is phony evidence is just trunked up.
That's so wrong on so many levels.
The Phony Fanty's tail is made of vinyl cloth, and we found something very interesting on the surface, the defendant's fingerprints.
What?
A Phony Fanty provided the prosecution with all the evidence we needed. Clearly proves that the accused handled the bomb.
When? It was in that case the entire time during the previous trial.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. Why would Ginny's fingerprints be on it?
That does appear to be pretty irrefutable evidence. Court accepts it into evidence.
His stuffed animal, bomb was inserted into, the defendant's fingerprints are found on it.
Miss Woods, do you have any explanation for this?
I don't understand. How about you, Miss Sykes? Do you have any plausible explanation to refute this decisive piece of evidence?
Well, I can't do it. I can't think of a single thing. I'd better come up with something, for Junie's sake.
If you can't produce an answer, we can always go straight to the ruling, if you prefer.
No, I have to say something, fast. Oh no, I can't get my voice to work. Why now of all times?
Ah.
I thought I overcame this already. Maybe I'm still not ready to stand in court. Yeah, so some kind of murder trial that she was clearly witness to. A lot of blood. A lot of blood. A katana. Right? In court, she testified. Prosecutor, defense. I don't think we know either of them.
As you can see, there is no room for debate.
Objection!
There's my boy!
Why, it's you.
Look at him. Back in the courtroom after 8 years. Sorry it took so long to get here, Athena. Apollo explained the whole thing to me over the phone. He asked me to come to help you out in this place.
Thanks. Thanks for coming. I hate to admit it, but I was having a real tough time on my own.
Okay, for a second I thought maybe the person Phoenix was talking to on the phone was Apollo, but no, that doesn't make sense for the conversation. Someone must have called Phoenix, and then as he started getting ready, he called someone else, and that's the conversation. I still think it's Edgeworth. Oh, I don't know. I think you were doing just fine, all things considered. And you hung in there, giving me enough time to get here. Now let's turn things around.
You got it, boss.
Ho ho ho! Look who showed up out of the blue! But isn't Mr. Phoenix right? You always manage to surprise me.
Your Honor, Mr. Payne has called for an early ruling. But I believe there are still many things that need to be deliberated. Ed and Miss Wood's fingerprints wind up on the stuffed animal's tail. How was the bomb even detonated? Until these questions are answered, I assert it's impossible for a fair ruling to be made.
You are absolutely right. Let us continue from where we left off. I assume you have no objections, Mr. Payne.
None at all, Your Honor.
Miss Woods really looks like she's having a hard time.
Ginny's really struggling, Mr. Wright. I get the sense that she's afraid of the courtroom itself.
Because of yesterday.
Yeah, it was understandably very traumatic for her.
Poor thing. Here she is, back at the courthouse again. Being so brave. I'd like to make a request, Your Honor. If at all possible, I'd like to have Miss Woods rest in the lobby.
Given the defendant's condition. Very well, I grant special permission.
You can get some rest, Judy. Leave the rest to us. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about this. Phoenix Wright. I've been looking forward to meeting you.
It's been a while, Mr. Payne.
You're more clueless than I'd heard. I do believe you mean, how do you do? For I am Gaspin Payne. I am the younger brother of your long-standing rival, Winston Payne.
What? Long-standing rival? When were we ever rivals, let alone long-standing? To be fair, he did try to have you convicted of murder back when you were a university student, so... Honestly, yeah, Winston Payne tried to have you convicted of murder twice. That's, you know.
You'll see, Mr. Wright. I'll cleanse Winston of the disgrace he met with you at your hands.
Looks like his royal pain is going to be as thoroughly unpleasant as the other. Higher legal system, the defendant would object to their client being brought up to testify? Yeah, of course.
Your Honor.
Yeah, in the Ace Attorney system, if you are convicted of a crime, you are obligated to testify. The only person that can refuse to testify is the chief of police.
The prosecution would like to call a decisive witness to the stand. This witness will testify as to how the accused detonated the bomb in the courtroom.
Very well. Please call your witness, Mr. Payne.
Ted? Yep.
Witness, your name and occupation, please.
Witness.
Name, Ted, Tonate. Occupation, bomb disposal specialist.
Oh my, what a strange robotic voice you have.
Speech synthesis via typing. It is the same as me talking. He sounds exactly like a robot.
Can't you speak in a normal manner?
I can.
He can? But I do not like to speak. Speaking is inefficient. Energy expenditure, speaking, greater than typing, understand?
What an odd witness.
Mr. Tonate was in charge of the bomb for the trial and was there when it went off.
Being a bomb squad specialist, do you have any relation to the victim?
Negative. I first met the girl while on this job. Many people are employed by the police. I know only a fraction of them. However, I was shocked when I first discovered the body of the victim.
Shocked?
I was the first one on the scene after the explosion. I went there to ensure safety, but I ended up discovering a dead body.
He was the first to discover the body, was he?
Here he is. He is here to testify about the circumstances surrounding the moment of the explosion.
Can't have a regular witness criminal in Ace Attorney games. Honestly, I think like the most normal witness we've had is Spark Brushel.
Very well, the court will hear Mr. Tonate's testimony. But at the very least, show this court some respect and remove that face guard witness.
The bomb went off.
The bomb was originally disarmed by me, then transported here as evidence. Bomb name HH3000, operated by timer or with a remote. I was watching from the gallery when I suddenly became alarmed. I saw the bomb's timer was counting down.
Even though the bomb was supposed to be disarmed, somehow got switched on.
Precisely, activated timer is very simple. Connect wires, switch on timer. A monkey could do it. I am sure even you would be able to, Mr. Wright.
I guess this makes you the blue monkey in the barrel of fun, boss. I'd like to begin my cross-examination. Huh?
Mr. Tonate, what is that?
HH3000, aka a bomb.
A bomb? Right googly moogly.
Yeah!
Mr. Tonate, I demand you disarm it this instant.
Disassembly complete. 5.3 seconds. 0.02 seconds short of my personal best.
Yeah, so why couldn't you just disarm the other bomb?
Are you trying to give me a heart attack? I'm not exactly a spring chicken, you know.
This is an exact replica of the HH3000. It is used to practice disarming bombs. Disarm equals success. Explosion equals failure.
An exact replica of the bomb that exploded, is it? So that's what it looked like.
I submitted a photograph of the real bomb taken just before the trial.
Right, the screen was cracked.
Dimensions 10 inches. 10 inches height, 10 inches width, 10 inches there, dimensions 12, perfect application.
Does appear to be in very good copy indeed.
Yes, however, I cannot replicate the detonation mechanism. It has a very puzzling wiring setup. It is regrettable that I could not replicate it.
Witness, that's enough. There's no need to replicate anything here.
Okay.
And now, the defense will begin their cross-examination. Where has Miss Sykes gone to?
Athena, you can come out now.
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's get to work.
I guess you were pretty scared, huh?
What? No, you don't know what you're talking about. It was about the bolt. Hey, put a sock on it, widget.
As transparent as ever.
Let's see. Where were we?
You were at the cross-examination.
Oh, cross-examination, of course.
She seems disoriented. Wonder if she's alright. Maybe I should ask Athena if she remembers how to cross-examine. You help her focus.
Nah, she'll be fine.
No need for that right now.
She'll be fine. I'll do everything I can to help. If you can't find any contradictions, if you flub up too often, don't be afraid to ask me for help. That's why when the option to consult with me appears. I'll let you know what I think the suspicious statement is.
That's good. I'll be counting on you if I get in a bind.
Alright, it's cross-examination time.
Literally disarmed by me, then transported here as evidence. You say that you disarmed the bomb, but are you really sure it was disarmed?
Absolutely, I can disarm anything. In a flash!
That looks more like dismantle than disarm to me.
Oh, pardon me.
Let's see. Is there any chance you could have forgotten to disarm the bomb?
Impossible. I did not make rudimentary mistakes like that.
I say to err is human. Although the jury is still out on this guy.
If you must know, Mr. Wright, according to the court's own records, the fact that the bomb was indeed been disarmed is officially confirmed.
I guess I can rule out the possibility that he forgot to disarm it. You talk about the bomb a little more in detail, Mr. Tonate.
Certainly.
Hold it!
What was the approximate size and weight of the bomb? Dimension, yeah. Dimensions are written on the photograph.
Ah, yes, here it is on the back. According to this, the case.
I see. Oh,
15 16 inch thick. That certainly sounds like one thick and very heavy bit of metal.
I bet if I dropped that thing on your foot, you'd be hopping. If you dropped that thing anywhere, I'd be hopping for the nearest exit.
Very well, I believe the court has heard enough about the bomb itself. So, Mr. Tony, you were keeping an eye on the bomb, were you? What were you watching from?
The gallery. Why were you in the gallery? My duties may have been over for the moment, but I wanted to keep watch. Even though the bomb was disarmed, you can never be too careful. Explosive devices are very dangerous things.
Ah, how admirably responsible of you. A model to be emulated.
I practice disarming bombs every day. I practice assembling them too.
The disarming part I get, but assembling them?
Well, I'll have you know that I practice presenting evidence every day myself. I see. But do you ever practice having evidence presented to you? Presented to me? What? No, prosecutors in this game never present evidence, so I don't see the issue with that. Then you cannot very well call yourself a professional yet, can you? Yeah, that does it! I'm gonna start practicing having evidence presented to me every day. But you'd better drink some coffee, boss. We're gonna be pulling on an all-nighter.
I don't think that will be necessary. Or worth either of our time.
So, Mr. Tony, what did you witness from the gallery?
Bomb's timer was counting down. You saw it counting down clearly with your own eyes. Hard to think a timer as small as the one on this bomb could be seen from the gallery.
These goggles help me see very small things clearly from very far away. I can even see what you had for breakfast by looking at your tie.
Why do I suddenly feel like a bug under a magnifying glass?
I guess it's possible you saw the timer he was wearing with those goggles.
I'm not so sure. There's something that just doesn't sit right with me.
Huh? I don't think I follow.
Bomb was completely hidden inside the stuffed animal, so well concealed in fact, didn't even look like a bomb at all.
You're trying to find testimony that conflicts with the evidence, right?
That's right. Listen carefully, Mr. Toad's testimony is just the first step. After that, it's a matter of taking a look at any evidence that seems relevant.
Note that you'll open the court record when you go to present. Find evidence that conflicts with the testimony, press Y to present it. Let's see, this testimony is about when the bomb went off. I think the state it was in at the time would be pretty important.
Bomb that didn't look like a bomb because it was inside a stuffed animal, huh? Yep.
Objection!
So, you say you saw the bomb's countdown. Is that right?
Of course, I clearly saw it counting down to 0.
And I say that you are clearly lying.
What are you talking about?
There's no way you could have seen the bomb's timer. After all, the bomb was concealed inside a stuffed animal. Mr. Tony, how can you claim to know the bomb was about to go off when you couldn't even see the timer?
What? No!
That seemed like a glaring inconsistency indeed. Witness, how do you explain this?
Well, Oh, that's great, Mr. Wright. Got a contradiction right off the bat.
Always remember, Athena, when you find an inconsistency in a witness's testimony, there's always a reason behind it. It could be a lie, a hidden meaning, a secret. Whatever it is, it's up to us to dig it out.
And pointing out every contradiction we find is the best way to do it, right, boss?
Now the question is, how can we dig out of Mr. Tonate?
Well, let me see. No, there must be some mistake. Oh, yes, of course, I remember now. The sound, I knew because of the sound.
Sound? What sound?
When the timer of this type of bomb is switched on, it beeps softly. Beep, beep, beep. It is the sound of the bomb counting down.
A beeping noise, you say? I suppose it would be possible to notice that even with the bomb inside a stuffed animal.
I simply made a mistake. My bad.
Objection!
How in the world did you hear such a tiny little sound all the way from the gallery?
Listening for the sound of a bomb timer is integral in my line of work. I constantly undergo training so that I will never miss it.
I mean, I guess that's fair. I hardly think training would help you hear something so soft from so far away.
What now? Are you making light of the fine science of disarming bombs? It is a solemn mission that I put my life on the line to perform. What kind of specialist would I be if I could not hear a bomb's timer? It's not like disassembling a toaster, you know.
Now he's just showing off.
You keep asserting that the sound was too tiny to hear, but the only tiny thing here is your skill as a lawyer. Being mistrustful is not an attractive quality, you know.
And you're just overflowing with attractive qualities, are you?
Or perhaps you have some proof that Mr. Tonate did not hear the sound.
Well, no, but it still seems totally suspect. And it's going to be really hard to prove that he didn't hear something.
I have this correct. The prosecution's argument is that someone reactivated the bomb before it was brought into the courtroom. What I don't understand, Mr. Payne, is why you believe that person to be Miss Woods.
And that's simple, Your Honor. Mr. Tonate happened to be here when it happened. He was there when the defendant rearmed the bomb.
What's this now?
It happened before the trial started. It was when the Detective Arm and I were transporting the bomb. We brought the bomb to the lobby for the defense. Bomb equals evidence. The lawyer wanted to see it before the start of the trial. Looking for a chance to get the bomb, and Miss Woods was already there in the lobby. Her goal was surely to rearm the bomb and steal the remote switch.
Okay. Remote switch.
Yes, the switch that controls the bomb remotely. Duh.
That switch looks different than the one that was presented in the previous trial.
It has been missing ever since the incident.
Or, well, I guess this bomb would have been on a different, I guess this bomb might have been on a different switch, because obviously when the first two bombs went off, the third one didn't, so maybe that one was supposed to go at a different time, so they had separate switches. I guess that's possible.
I am partially to blame. I left the bomb and remote on top of the transport case, and they were rearmed and stolen while I was talking with the lawyer. An defendant used the remote from inside the courtroom to start the timer.
Objection!
How can you assert so unequivocally that the bomb was rearmed in the lobby?
Objection!
The bomb was safely secured in the transport case. The only time it was outside of the case was in that lobby. Therefore, that was the one and only opportunity anyone had to meddle with it.
Someone other than Mr. Toney could have opened the case and taken the bomb out.
Impossible. The transport case is assigned exclusively to me. Do you see this number here? It is my identification number. And I have the only key that can open the case.
Right? Nevertheless, Mr. Payne's assertion is nothing more than conjecture. You have no proof that it was Miss Woods who stole the remote switch.
And by the same token, you have no proof it wasn't her. But what I do have is a piece of evidence that proves the defendant handled the bomb.
Ah, the tail!
5 minutes, 24 seconds, 2.3 deciseconds. The defense's advantage lasted a mere 5 minutes.
Talk about a rotten hand. As long as they have her fingerprints as their trump card, I'm at a big disadvantage.
It appears we will have to hear from the defendant herself once more.
I wholeheartedly agree, Your Honor. I'd like to recall Miss Woods to the stand.
I trust you have no objections, Mr. Wright.
I'm worried about her condition, but I do need her testimony. On the other hand, I'm not sure I want to make Athena mad.
I can read your feelings, you know, boss.
Yeah, I guess there's no hiding from her, huh?
Don't worry. I know we need her testimony, but if anybody picks up on her again, they'll pay.
Yeah, she's already at anger level 1.
Don't worry. I'll stop the proceedings before I let anything bad happen to her.
The defense has no objections, Your Honor.
In that case, I will take my leave. Before I do, there's just one more thing. Mr. Wright, is it?
Hey, yeah.
Dismantling bombs is my job. Dismantling the case is yours. Do you think you can handle it? I look forward to seeing you try.
This guy's hiding something. I just know it.
Now, if you will excuse me.
So yeah, the thing that I'm still not sure is regarding motive. What is Ted? How is Ted connected? Like, why would he try to prevent Arm from testifying?
Bailiff, please go into the lobby and bring back the defendant.
Oh, she's not looking too good.
Junie!
Lobby bailiffs must be really sleeping to let a visitor get close to evidence. I mean, those two haven't moved in like 10 years, so.
Junie! Hi, Fina!
It looks even worse off than before.
Don't worry, Junie, we're here for you. Thanks, Tina. I'll do my best too. You blew up the courtroom because you hear resentment against the courts. You bear resentment against the courts, correct? No, of course not. And what's that you say? I can barely hear you. I haven't done anything wrong. This prosecutor's scary. I'm an impudent little girl. Stop acting innocent and tell the truth.
It's getting ugly.
You rearmed the bomb because you wanted to blow up the courthouse. Admit it. That's why you went to the lobby where Mr. Justice was. Isn't that right?
Oh, she did.
Mr. Wright, can I go give that prosecutor a smack? What? Of course not! You have to review courtroom manners 101 again. You can't let a creep like that bully innocent girls like this off so easily.
I haven't forgotten about how he treated you.
Don't worry about me, just help Junie. Her heart's crying out. She's so scared, so very scared.
Looks Athena's picking something up with her heightened sense of hearing. And it sounds like this time it's the voice of Miss Wood's heart.
Don't deny it. You saw the remote switch and you said it's in the courtroom, didn't you?
Objection!
Your Honor, please put a stop to this. Mr. Payne is badgering the defendant.
Yes, Miss Woods does seem quite frightened. Mr. Payne, I ask that you behave more like a gentleman.
Ah, but don't you know, Your Honor? There is no more a gentleman in this world than I. If a gentleman or even a gentleman could behave like he does. Don't let that rude ruffian win. Tina!
Would punch Payne, badgering the witness is a penalty. Yeah.
How dare you call the gentleman such as I rude ruffians? To be fair, we've never been penalized for badgering witnesses, despite us, you know, the prosecution accuses us of that, like, basically every case, but we've never actually been penalized for it. I'll have you know, I attended a manners class every Saturday. I am more than just a mere gentleman, I am a genteel man. What do you... Not when you're terrorizing a young lady, you're not. I demand my money back for that manners class if I were you. Ah!
I should probably be the adult here and stop the two of them.
But... Isn't Payne older than you?
Oh, right, I can't see his profile. In this case, apparently lives in a forest. He's heading up the investigation of the bombing incident. Right. Friend. To...
Mr. Payne, that will be enough.
Certainly, Your Honor. No further questions. Let's move on to the defendant's testimony. Miss Woods, please share with the court what you're doing when the bomb went off.
Phoenix is mid-30s? Yeah, he was, he should be, because he was, I want to say, yeah, he was 33 in Apollo Justice, if I remember correctly. So yeah, he would be about 34 now.
Well, that day, I was watching from the gallery. Bomb went off, and rubble started falling. It fell on top of me. Ginny's clearly in pain being forced to recall the bombing like this. Can't even get her words out. This isn't going to work, so what now? Wait a minute. Even if she can't vocalize what she wants to say, we can listen to what's inside her heart. Now the perfect time to use Athena's power. Here, can you, Athena? Guys, Miss Wood's heart. Yes, and they sound incredibly strained. She's scared. I think she could collapse at any second. You know, it's quite the unique ability, you see. With her finely tuned sense of hearing, she can... Yeah, okay. Here's another for psychology you studied. That's funny. Okay, but this... The whole reason I put all that effort into studying analytical psychology? Off gets, let's do this. Graphic images, so I miss what's feeling. Natural, yes. There's the images, I can enter the widget, mood matrix. Mood here reflects fluctuations. Happy. Angry. Ability in which is mood matrix program. We can track how Miss Woods is feeling as she testifies. Think about the wonders of technology. Yep, let's give it a shot. Picking up some kind of Discord, knows it's hard. Emotion matrix reminds me of Super Princess Peach. Level. Yeah, it's time to listen to Miss Wood's true testimony. That day, bomb went off, and rubble started falling. Fell on top of me. Yeah, but Apollo saved you. I have a good grasp on Junie's emotional state now. The power of Athena is incredible. Now I'm seeing an unexpected emotion that's inconsistent with the content of her testimony. What already? Look at this. When she says it fell on top of me, the happy marker is reacting. Oh, look at that. That is odd. See a reason for this contradictory emotion. We just need to do some digging. If you find an unexpected emotion, we'll first need to pinpoint it. And then select the unexpected emotion from the reaction of 4 mood markers with A. Alright. Pinpoint.
Got it!
As it is registering joy, Miss Woods recalls the rubble falling on her. There must be a reason for this unexpected emotion. Miss Woods! Yes, the rubble was falling. Was there also something that made you feel happy? What? Mr. Wright, this feeling of happiness is spreading throughout Junie's heart. Keep going on this point. And I bet Junie will start to calm down. Alright, let's hear what she has to say. Just as I was about to escape the courtroom, the bomb went off. I was so startled. I tripped, and then rubble started falling on top of me. I really thought I was done for. But just then, Apollo came and rescued me. Apollo? He used his own body to shield me from the rubble. So, that's when he sustained those injuries. How do you feel, Junie? Did talking about Apollo give you some courage? Yeah, Apollo is just like the sun, strong and bright and warm. Just talking about it makes me feel like a leaf undergoing photosynthesis. And then, your coughing stopped all of a sudden. Oh, you're right. Thank you, Thena. As you're able to draw out some new testimony. Pretty neat, huh? There's still some noise left, meaning there still must be some discord in Junie's heart. Huh. Guess I'll have to keep going then. Yep. But I was too slow. Or I could get away, the bomb went off. I was so startled, I tripped. The rubble started falling on me. Thought I was done for. And Apollo came and rescued me. Yeah, Apollo does not have the bandage over his eye in the Moon Matrix. That's a pretty big inconsistency, I think. Why were you sad? I mean, probably because you got injured.
You're happy Mr. Justice rescued you, weren't you?
Yes, I was really happy.
Was there also something you felt sad about at the same time?
Sad?
The reason I ask is, when you were describing how you were rescued, we sensed a little sadness too.
Oh, I think it's probably because of Bumrap Riney.
Bumrap Riney? Oh, what do you know? Something new.
That's right, I brought my stuffed animal, Bumrap Riney, to watch the trial with me. Bumrap Riney and Phony Fanty are brothers.
Oh, was Bumrap Riney also in the, also in the art club room? I didn't know that legal world could inspire a whole line of merchandise.
I had Bumrap Riney with me while I was watching the trial. And it wasn't until Apollo saved me that I realized I'd lost him as I was running away. And poor Riney, a victim of that terrible bomb. Oh, I know. You can see what he looks like in this poster.
No more bum raps.
It's for the campaign to eradicate fake evidence and false charges.
Phony Fanty and Bumrap Riney, huh? Nothing against the campaign, but why is an elephant and a rhinoceros?
That's right. I don't sense any discord in Junie's heart anymore.
Minimize the draw, yeah, that's right. Update full picture. Bumrap Riney, yeah. We don't have to go through the entire case. We can skip forward a bit. Together with Bumrap Riney, I was too slow for I could get a courtroom. I was stripped, the rebels started falling, and Apollo came and rescued me. Not bad, Mr. Wright. Focus on the new statements Judy made. The existing Bumrap Riney should turn things around in our favor. Here's the meaning of a certain piece of evidence. We already have. Yeah, the tail. Let the evidence of the right statement. Okay.
Objection!
Miss Woods, I know this trial has been very hard for you. You can relax now. You are without a doubt innocent.
Mr. Wright, what wild assertions are you making now?
My wild assertion is simply this. Two stuffed animals were mixed up. The tail the defendant's fingerprints were based on wasn't that of Phony Fanty. It was the tail of her gallery companion, Bumrap Riney.
What? What nonsense is that? I can see they're both stuffed animals, yes, but they're completely different characters. An elephant and a rhino. They're as distinct as a defense lawyer and a prosecutor.
But are they really so different? Both defense lawyers and prosecutors strive to protect the peace through law.
Even elephants and rhinos have similar characteristics. They're both gray, for example.
Anyway, this poster is all I need to prove my assertion to be true. Direct the court's attention.
Hell.
Well, would you look at that? The two tails are exactly the same.
Yes, exactly. The two stuffed animals are based on entirely different animals. But the design of the tails is exactly the same.
Ah!
Bro, look at your hair. What is that?
Order, order in the court! As long as the possibility exists that the tail belongs to Bumrap Riney, we can no longer consider it to be decisive proof that the defendant handled the bomb. As things stand, I cannot consider the charges against the accused unsubstantiated. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Payne?
Oh, yes, of course, Your Honor. Oh, that was great, Mr. Wright. You turned things around.
Yeah, it's not over yet.
Proceedings stay close. Mr. Payne, I'm afraid you have some serious investigation ahead of you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good, very well. Let us reconvene tomorrow. Court is adjourned.
Then December 17th.
That's so exciting, boss. We did it. True to form, you managed to just barely pull it off at the very last moment.
True to form. Gee, I never knew you could have such a glowing opinion of me.
Thank you for everything you're doing.
You did great, Miss Woods. You really stuck it out.
And you got really brave at the end, just when we needed you the most, Junie. Thanks to you, we were able to turn things around. Well, you were the one who gave me that courage, Thena. Really? Thanks. So to be honest, was I any help at all?
Of course. At you, we would have never gotten out of that tight spot.
Oh, that's good to hear. I still have a lot to learn, but you can bet I'm going to give it my all. It'll be so good that one day you'll call me your partner.
That's what I like to hear. Analytical psychology, the ability to solve the riddles of a person's heart. Inner super potential is beginning to really shine through now.
Hey, where's Apollo anyways?
Huh? Good question. I almost forgot about him. Right, he went to the other courtroom and got beaten up by Ted. I assume he's still out here in the lobby.
Oh, I know. Maybe he's still in courtroom number 4.
Courtroom number 4. What would he be doing in the scene of the explosion?
I came out to the lobby to rest. I told Apollo about Bumrap Riney. I told him I dropped Riney in the courtroom as I was trying to escape before the blast. And then Apollo said he had an idea where Riney might be, so we went to take a look together. Ah, I guess Apollo can be pretty nice when he wants to be.
So you went looking for Riney together before you were called back to the courtroom number 5.
Yes, I had some time to rest, so I was able to go look for him. But then they called me into courtroom number 5 to testify. Apollo insisted on staying here, though. All those injuries? I wonder how he's managing. I think Apollo might have figured something out.
Wonder what it was.
He told me, I'm gonna look for evidence to clear your name, Juniper.
As maybe he found some new piece of evidence?
Anyway, we better go and get him.
Good idea. Right, and this is when we find out he's been conked outside the head. And my chat stopped working again! God damn it, YouTube! This is getting worse and worse! Welcome back, Sirundan. Would you get the Edgeworth games later? Oh, I'm absolutely going to be playing. I've already played Investigations 1. That's on the channel. If you want to look at that. I will be playing Investigations 2 as soon as the collection comes out. Hopefully day 1, if possible.
Where are you, Apollo? Trial's over for today. Come on, I know you're... No.
Bro got smacked upside the head. When is the Investigations collection coming out, by the way? I believe October. It's either okay. There's 2 games that I'm keeping an eye on: Investigations collection and Metaphor ReFantasio. One of them is coming out in September. One of them is coming out in October. I don't remember which was which. Don't save over Cosmic Turnabout, please. All right, we're gonna take this opportunity to take a quick break. And then when we come back, we will continue. We will finish up this replay of Case 1. I'll be right back. Oh, Metaphor is coming in October? Okay, then yeah, Investigations should be coming up September then. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. That's what I remembered, but yeah. All right, I will see you all pretty soon. All right, we are back. Let us continue, shall we? I just ate a fuck ton of Cheez-Its, so hopefully I should be less hungry now. That's the thought. Number 18. This isn't exactly how I envisioned the second day of this trial to start. Well, given how things ended yesterday. Good morning. The mood sure is tense. Not that that's any surprise.
Oh, hey, did you read the paper this morning, boss?
Huh? What paper? That came out of left field.
Didn't read it, they don't know the big news. Somebody's found an abominable snowman way up in the mountains.
Tell me you know the difference between a paper and a tabloid, Athena.
Might show up in the forest where you live, Junie. You'd better watch out, okay? You really should read the story for yourself. You can't even begin to do it justice. Justice. Huh?
Yeah, probably don't say that word.
Oh, poor Apollo. It's all my fault. Nina! Oh, Junie, what was I thinking? I'm so sorry.
What we found yesterday was not Apollo's dead body, thank goodness. He'd been assaulted by someone with a blow to his head, lying unconscious.
I love that Phoenix and Apollo both got knocked over the back of the head. In the first trial of their second game. I wonder if Spirit of Justice will begin with Athena getting beaten in the back of the head.
It's still quite a shock to stumble onto a scene like that. Is Woods all right, Athena?
Well, I managed to get her to stop crying. She's resting on the sofa over there.
She really feels responsible for what happened to Apollo.
Poor Junie. Believes the reason Apollo was attacked is he was helping her look for something in the courtroom.
Oh, guess you can see why she'd think that. By the way, how are you doing?
Oh, me?
Yeah, you. I know you're concerned about Miss Woods, but are you alright?
Me? I'm doing just fine, boss. I mean, yeah, it was a huge shock, but I'm alright. People who've studied analytical psychology are great at times like this. After all, we've learned how to control their own emotions, too.
Somehow, I don't think it's as easy as she makes it sound. But there's no denying she's a real trooper. Apollo doesn't remember a thing, does he?
Yeah, he can't recall anything from the time right before he was assaulted. Nothing about what he was doing in the courtroom number 4 or who assaulted him. The doctor said it's probably due to the hit he took to the head.
Assaulted in a court of law and losing your memory at that. I know how that feels.
What in the world to do such a thing, huh, Mr. Wright? Ah, just wait until I get my hands on the coward who hurt our Apollo.
Now, Athena. I thought you said you were in control of your emotions. Let's just focus on helping Miss Woods, okay? I admit, I'm just as upset as you.
Okay, boss, you're right. Apollo's assailant can wait until after we clear Junie's name.
Yes, the spirit? Yeah, let's see. I better check the court record one more time before the trial starts.
Earth, Mr. Wright, I'm ready whenever you are.
Alright, let's get ready to rumble.
You bet.
Everything that happened with Apollo, I don't have the time for a proper investigation. I can't let that stop me, though. Has any of your opinions about this case changed? I think having the background context for it definitely makes it better. I'm enjoying it more than I did the first time around. That's for sure. Though we'll see. I don't quite remember what it was that made me hate the case so much, but maybe it was a thing in the second. I have to get this right for Miss Wood's sake, and Apollo's too. Right, and so then, then tomorrow, that's when case 4 resumes.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Juniper Woods.
Our prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense is also ready, Your Honor.
Now then, before I believe I instructed the prosecution to further their investigation, were you able to locate the remote switch in question?
I am afraid the remote switch is still missing, Your Honor.
I must say, I'm disappointed, Mr. Payne. Not angry, just disappointed.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Looks like the prosecution is just as unprepared as I am.
There is a separate matter, however, that I would like to bring up during this trial.
A separate matter, say. What might that be?
I assume you're aware that another incident occurred during yesterday's trial. I'm speaking, of course, of the assault on Mr. Justice in the ruins of courtroom number 4.
Why is he bringing that up?
Yes, what a truly harrowing experience it must have been. For Mr. Justice.
At the time of the attack, Mr. Justice was not alone. He was with the defendant, Miss Juniper Woods.
He isn't going where I think he's going with this, is he?
The prosecution wishes to indict Miss Woods on the charges of Mr. Justice's assault.
He is going there.
Order in court. Mr. Payne, that incident's under deliberation here is the courtroom bombing. The assault on Mr. Justice has nothing to do with this trial.
But I believe there is a connection between this case and Mr. Justice's assault. Please, take a moment to consider these facts. Both events occurred in courtroom number 4. This is the location of courtroom number 4 where the unconscious Mr. Justice was discovered. As you can see, it's quite close to where Detective Arm's body was found. Question is, why did the culprit feel the need to maliciously attack Mr. Justice?
Why indeed? What do you believe their motive to be, Mr. Payne?
I believe Mr. Justice found something in the courtroom while Miss Woods was with him. Evidence that fingered her as the perpetrator of the bombing.
You mean he found some incriminating evidence?
Precisely. And so I surmise the defendant picked up a piece of rubble and hit Mr. Justice on the back of the head in order to silence him.
Objection!
Judy would never do such a thing. She was devastated when she found out Apollo was hurt like that.
Besides, please control your outbursts.
Now, it is the prosecution's belief that by deliberating on Mr. Justice's assault, you will draw ever closer to the truth of the courtroom bombing itself. Oh, we will.
Very well. Miss Woods is hereby officially indicted on the charges of assaulting Mr. Justice.
Why are you listening to Mr. Toupee over there? Oh, considering our conversation yesterday.
I think Apollo might have figured something out.
Wonder what it was.
He told me, I'm going to look for every evidence to clear your name, Juniper.
That's my goat. The two incidents really are related after all.
I'd like to start by hearing from the defendant herself.
Very well. Bailiff, please bring Miss Woods to the witness stand.
Sorry, in case you some coughing. Miss Woods. She's still really upset about Apollo. Mr. Justice, did you not? Okay, we're just gonna skip some of this stuff. On with Apollo. Yesterday, I was overcome with a bit of fit of coughing. Went to the courtroom rooms together. And then I was called back to this courtroom to give testimony. Apollo insisted on staying behind in courtroom number 4. So did I talk Apollo? When would I ever heard such a kind person? Just as somebody said, you're feeling unwell, but I'm not going on math. I have a lot of voice and any feature. Well, input time, so Apollo can be really nice too. Risk backhanding that one out. Just to stay behind in the rules. Figured something out.
Something? What kind of something?
About the courtroom bombing. Oh, new evidence. All right, yeah, we're gonna try to speed through this, I think.
Objection!
Okay, the defendant told Your Honor that when she learned Mr. Joseph was looking for evidence, she attacked him. Attacked her to give herself the chance to destroy that evidence. No, I never. On violence, found this on a foul deed. Courtroom ruins. What on earth? But no, we already know that that is, yeah. L1, 0015R. It was just modified. What on earth? You sit there in front of Mr. Justice, right hand. Witness, the message is left for us. 11037?
It's written in blood. Woods. Why is that?
Woods, a couple of letters, what? This is left the name of the attacker before he fainted. Color read his name. That's right. Nerve him leaving that message. He had an understanding more than you do. As soon as security heard Athena scream, they ran in and cordoned off the area. In court forward, Apollo the whole time. He couldn't investigate into their cells, so he had to leave to the police. But I thought they would find the bloody ready in there. Okay. Sorry, come with a bit of coughing.
Hold it!
Well, we are gonna rush. We're still gonna press. This company get nervous. Yes. I mean, yeah, that is true. Please do not make Miss Wills nervous. We're present here ruthlessly, but that barely even qualifies as a policy question. Relax a little small talk before we dive into the girl's examination. You know, ask her about her hobbies and crushes and stuff. Crushes? Really? I don't know about this.
Hold it!
You go into the courtroom ruins. Look for my medicine to stop my coughing. Your medicine? Why would your medicine be in courtroom number 4? I dropped it in the heat of the moment. I'm Rep Rainey. He was keeping my medicine safe for me. He has a little compartment that I can put things in, you see? Funny Fanty has the same type of pocket. That's where the bomb was inserted. I put my medicine for my coughing fit inside Bomb Rep Rainey. I told Apollo about it. He said he'd help me go look for him. There's so much rubble in there, I was worried, but there's no rubble or anything in front of the witness stand. There we go. That's the key piece of evidence there, because obviously there was rubble. I got inside, Apollo went straight there. Started looking for Rainey in that area. So nice of him to do that for me, in spite of all his injuries. Apollo's so strong and kind, just like the trees of the forest. The way she makes him sound, you'd think Apollo was some kind of ancient god. Apollo is, but not our Apollo. Oh, wait, yeah.
So that's what you went to the ruins, I see. It's quite an important fact. Please add it to your testimony. This one's...
Hold it!
Rubble. Alright, that's obviously what we gotta contradict. The error on the witness stand. Are you sure about that? I'm sorry, did I say something wrong? No, of course not. It's just a great hearing. Go back to the courtroom to give testimony. And... Courtroom 4 has made a courtroom. What about Mr. Justice? Did he come with you, or did he stay behind? Yeah, I think this is one of the problems I had with the case. If the bailiff came to get, if the bailiff came to get Junie from the courtroom, he should have seen that Apollo was still, conscious at the time.
Hold it!
I'm not asking about Apollo. I know, I'll use some small talk here to get her to relax a bit. Do you have any hobbies, Miss Woods? Hobbies? I love gardening and I love to knit. I like sewing too. I made this outfit myself. Keep it up, Mr. Right. It's working. I'm gonna ask you if she has a crush on anyone. Is there anyone in particular you like right now?
Objection!
Mr. Wright, is that question even remotely related to the case? Well, the answer is Apollo. This case, not really.
You're refrain from asking questions.
Okay.
Hold it!
And Mr. Justice is kind. Yes, very kind. He rescued me. Sun's strong and warm. Makes me feel strong too. The only answer to associate with the sun are sweltering and oppressive. Then Apollo got hurt and, well, my fault. Well, it's gonna be fine. It's just like the sun, right? Well, the sun doesn't drop out of the sky. You really think he'll be fine? And does go down at night. That means Apollo could.
Mr. Payne, I do not think much of men who make young ladies cry.
Ah! I was trying to help Juniper. Who knew that Apollo could be such a sweetheart? It's pretty hard on him too, with all that rubble everywhere. I think about it. There's something odd about what Apollo was able to do. You know, considering Miss Woods said just now. I think you're right. Okay. You played any Ace Attorney inspired games? I mean, I'm sure I've played games that have taken inspiration from Ace Attorney, but none that were like direct like replicas of it, I don't think. Like, give me some examples. If you're mentioning like fan games, then no, I haven't. Yeah, let's suspect, yeah. Alright, let's go.
Objection!
There's the witness stand, you say. I guess maybe we wanted to start from the further point in the room. Being so brave and strong. I don't know the circumstances. He shouldn't have been capable of that. Well, he still is. He might not look it, but he really is brave and kind too. No, that's not the part I'm finding fault with. Someone has a crush on Apollo. Reclaiming is something that no one should be able to do.
But I should think that anyone can be brave and kind if they wanted to, Mr. Wright.
No, anyone can be brave and kind, but if you just take a look at this diagram. What I'm gonna say, it would be possible to walk to the witness stand. Oh.
I see your point. The robot blocks off access to the area around the witness stand.
Does the tiny inconsistency even matter? Perhaps the witness is simply misremembering it. Right, now I'm not so sure it matters. A real man doesn't make mountains out of molehills, you know?
Listen, Mr. Wright does best.
I call slander, Your Honor. That's what towards the witness. Here it is. Full-back version of the photo I presented before. Metal on wheels. The kind of hunk of metal on wheels. Span, is this metallic object in the photo Mr. Tonate's bomb transport case? That's right. Is there some problem?
Ah, yes, that transport case was there in courtroom number 4 when the bomb went off. Must have been there ever since.
Oh, that's it. Miss Woods, have you remembered something? Yes, I just realized. And yeah, obviously the treads are on Apollo's bandages, so that means the cart was moved after Apollo died. Or not died, fuck. The cart was moved after Apollo was knocked out, but then he wouldn't have been able to write the name. Pretty straightforward stuff. His position is different from before. Its position? Position of what? The position of the big metal thing. Bomb transport case. Yes, when Apollo and I went there, it was in a different place. Where this case was in the photo was open space, so it was easy to search the stand. See, so where was the transport case when you and Mr. Justice saw it? I recall, it was more to the right. Right. That means the case was over there at the time of Apollo's attack. Yep. Here's what the transfer case was.
Objection!
Yeah, because he couldn't have written the name, idiot. Transfer case has everything to do with the discussion. In fact, so important. What? That's relevant. Are you sure you know where the case is around the time of attack? Right here.
Take that!
I can say this is a transport case, but that's conceivable. This was. Alright, just infatuate your position. There's the writing in the blood. Deck leave the transfer case in position. The message could have been written there because no case. Wait, actually, this Mr. Justice couldn't have avoided the way. I'm way to believe the defendant's claim that the case is in a different position. He's obviously lying. Tread marks, idiot. But the case was moved after the assault of Mr. Justice, proving more than Miss Wood's testimony alone. What? Doing the crime scene photo. Right there. Look at the mark that runs over Mr. Justice's bandages here.
I see, but what is it?
The mark was made by one of the casters from the transport carrying the bomb case. This case was moved, it ran over the bandages. In other words, the transport case was originally to the right of Mr. Justice. After Mr. Justice was assaulted, the transfer case was moved. What? Just Miss Wood said the case is covering the writing and assault, therefore it's possible Mr. Justice is blah blah blah. This is not the part I really care about. Your lamplighter pulled it off. Yep, that should bring the prosecution's claim like as cards. Order, yeah, it's not anything. Nothing but pure genius. Take that! Boss, I'm sensing a definite smug and braggy vibe coming off of you. Ah!
That's one question, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice didn't leave this message in blood. And who did?
Huh? What? And taking the train of thought, lost station. Oh well, I've heard a lot of that. This is Mr. Wright's famous bluffing technique, is it?
This feeling, it brings back memories of the old days. Back when you carved out a name for yourself by bluffing your way through thick and thin.
Gee, Mr. Wright, the judge kind of makes you sound no better than a two-bit con man. You made your argument with such confidence, Mr. Wright. I'd like to hear your answer. If your way into a corner, you think there must be a way through this. Get out of the truth somehow. Message in the blood. It's obviously the culprit. Apollo didn't leave the bloody writing. It was Apollo's attacker who wrote it and made it look like Apollo did it. That seems like the most reasonable explanation. Wait a minute, I just realized something, boss. What is it? Look at the amount of blood in this photo. It doesn't look like Apollo bled very much. I wonder if it's even possible to write out Woods just this much. Right. I think Apollo didn't lose that much blood. That might be a factor why he survived the assault. Well, no. Most of the message was originally written by Candace, which was Ted's ID number. Then Ted simply used Apollo's, the little bit Apollo blood to fill in the gaps and make it look like Woods. There's so little blood, that pretty much rules out his attacker, huh? Guess so. If it wasn't his attacker, who else could it have been? Well, yeah. Candace Arm.
Take that!
I don't actually have any real proof of this, but I've come this far. There's no turning back now. Let's follow. There's one more person who shed blood at the crime scene.
Shed blood, you don't say.
But I do. It was Candace Arm who left behind this message of blood.
What?
Do you know what you're doing? Not really. As would seem to be the most reasonable explanation, however, other than shed enough blood to write such an extensive message. If I'm assuming there's no connection between the two whatsoever. See, maybe the intended meaning of the message is not what it appears to be. Yep. Exactly.
Objection! Objection!
It's only meant something with police, like a police scanner code. Thanks for studying on the weekends. Area code is Woods in the state. That's right. That a fact, huh? Oh, look at me. I know about as much of police codes as you do. Says you wouldn't have anything. Let's see. Man, plausible explanations. Mr. Wright, what is the true meaning of this bloody rating? I believe it's and no stalling. You can't come up with an answer. We got it. Transport case. I don't know what is your saying, Mr. Wright. Look at the numbers in this case. What's to do with anything? Those numbers possibly have to do with the case at hand. Now please take a look at the bloody writing in the crime scene photo. Oh, I see it. That a girl. That's one on my side. That's what's. Or you could say it's a horse of a different color, Your Honor. First character is a W. It's actually an L and a 1 next to 2 zeros.
Oh my goodness. It's just like the hit game, Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc.
True meaning behind the bloody writing isn't Mr. Wood's name. It's the number engraved in the bomb transfer case. This part doesn't make any sense. The next number is a 1, but the bloody writing says a D. But the writing on the case and the bloody number can be made to match up quite easily. This is how the number of the transport case can be made to match the bloody writing. Yeah, erase 2 lines. That's the third, donor striking the W and the correct part of the D.
Wow, would you look at that?
Oh.
Liuis.
No, Your Honor, it's not meant to be read as a word. The number L10015. If you take away the final R, exact same number that's on the bomb transfer case. What's your name, Mr. Rye?
Oh, what would you, Mr. Rye?
Right spelling is right. His number. 2 lines were added by the real culprit to intentionally mislead people. Message Detective Arm left behind was Tempercare's number. Ever assaulted Apollo, changed the message. Alright, boss. What's supposed to Detective Arm was trying to tell us? Good question. What does this number represent? Number here, that's my ID number. Oh, that's our life in the courtroom bombing. Her direct message could only have one purpose. Now! Tell us the name of the one responsible for the bombing.
Well, the name was suspense, so tell us who she was trying to name.
Tonate. Mr. Ted Toned into the church of the courtroom bombing. Ellie just simply bombs and Miss Jones. Some of them it was realized he was a bomber. So when she was caught in the blast, she left his dying bomb transport case number as her dying message. This turned its own ID number to finger him for the crime. And I got to the way to write an ID number. Did they simply write the person's name? Well, she didn't know it. You got a good point there.
You say to that, Mr. Wright?
Well, only Detective Harm would know the answer to that, but let me offer a theory. Detective Harm couldn't recall Mr. Toadate's name in the heat of the moment. Recall, this was the first meeting between the two. Fairly possible they wouldn't have been familiar with each other. Or maybe using ID numbers was a way to hide its true meaning from the real culprit, thus lowering the odds that they would erase the bloody writing. No matter what the reason, the important part is the meaning behind her message. That remains, she wrote Mr. Toadate's number. One moment here, there's something that proves that was found during the investigation of the blast. If Detective Harm left the message, it would have been found.
Objection!
That's covered up. Well, Mr. Tonate hid it before anyone could discover it. Well, there's a simple explanation of how he's able to do so. Recover the message because he was the first to find the body, yeah. This was another plot hole with this case. The fact that no one, during the investigation, no one decided to move the cart over to see if there was anything under it. And I saw the victim had written his ID number, used the bomb transfer case to cover it up. Didn't report the body right away, he would look suspicious. They don't serve another function. We'll use them in another incident. Also, the bloody writing was the courtroom bomber. Person who assaulted Mr. Justice. Person was Ted Toadate. Yeah. court. Fear, spread. Yep. Finally drawn, return it back to the witness stand. Listen, you get your wish goggle, man. Now watch me tear your lies apart. That's the Phoenix, right? I know. The situation, I'm keeping a close eye on the proceedings from the other me.
Objection!
That's your ID number. Same ID number that is there in that bomb transport case. That's a far-fetched theory, no better than a tangled web of wires. Have them untangled for you in no time at all. You're the first person on the scene after Detective Arm left her message in blood. The one who could have hidden the writing and then used it against her. I see 2 times, but then let me ask you. Do you have any proof that Detective Arm wrote that message?
Very good question. Well, do you, Mr. Wright?
The best way to prove that Detective Arm wrote the message is to... Handwriting... No, I don't ask the DNA because it should have been her blood. Your Honor, I request the DNA test be performed on the blood itself. Once you know whose it is, it'll be obvious who wrote the message.
Very well. Bailiff, please put a request for a DNA test with the forensics team. Yes, Your Honor. There'll be some time before you have the result of the analysis. Until then, let's hear from the witness.
I like nothing more, Your Honor. I'm with the court to hear a ridiculous offenses here. First time on the business after the explosion. There's no bloody writing there at the time. Anyway, there's no way Detective Arm could have written it. She struck her head on the rubble and died near the courtroom entrance. She was too far away from where the bloody message was found. She could have been moved. So you're saying the victim's body was nowhere near where the writing was? Precisely. It is as plain as day that she could not have written it. It's true that the body was discovered near the entrance to the courtroom. Please take a look at this crime scene photo. See, there's blood on the rubble near the victim's body. She must have died after hitting her head there.
I see. Alright then, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness.
Yeah, but it takes to take my infallible testimony apart. Of course. That's what I do best. After the explosion. Hit the first scene after the explosion. Let me be the first person on the scene. Is to carry the area. Okay, now we're gonna slow down now that we've got Tonate on the stand because this is stuff that I'm actually interested in. Tonate's motive and all that stuff. To secure the area. It is regulation for a bomb disposal specialist to enter first. In other words, you had an opportunity to alter the bloody message then, didn't you? Well...
Objection!
Mr. Wright, please don't interrupt. Mr. Tonate is about to give testimony that will show just how wrong your reasoning is.
Darn, I think he was just about to say something interesting, too. And I went and saw the aftermath. It was quite the disaster. But there were no bloody writing there at the time. You're able to tell this even with those goggles on?
With these goggles, there's no way I could have missed something like that. I can see quite well with them. In fact, I can see every hair in your spiky head.
Oh, you have a few grays, Mr. Wright.
What? Poor Mr. Wright, you're always working so hard keeping our office together.
Wait a minute, I don't have any gray hairs.
Just kidding.
Objection!
I object to the witness' attempt to prematurely give me a gray hair.
Mr. Tonate, this court frowns upon untoward comments on a person's hair, or lack thereof.
Sounds like a great wave of sorrow coming from the judge.
My apologies, Your Honor. May I please continue with my testimony?
Okay, there's no way Detective Arm could have written it.
Holding!
She didn't write it. Who do you propose did?
Mr. Justice, of course. Just before dying, he wrote the name of his attacker, Juniper a final message from your poor subordinate.
Or Mr. Justice, I'm starting to get all misty-eyed.
Apollo's not dead? So how can he be so sure it wasn't Detective Arm who wrote the message?
It is very simple.
He had struck her head in the rubble and died near the courtroom entrance. You imagine she was thrown back by the force of the blast.
A bomb can inflict damage not only from the explosion itself, but also substantially secondary damage from the blast wind. And Detective Arm unfortunately hit her head on some rebel. It stated in her autopsy report as well, cause of death, trauma to the back of the head.
Yeah, the autopsy report. I'm gonna take another look at that. Info with a flat object. Yeah, so it couldn't have been the, Yeah, it couldn't have been that, because it's not flat. So I could not have written that message. Reason for that being... Go away from it. The bloody message was found. Is it possible she could have crawled to the area of the bloody message?
If that were true, then how did she return to the spot near the entrance?
Was she crawled back after writing it? Hey, this guy just... me?
I have to get down to the floor and give us some demonstrations of your theory.
Huh?
No, thank you.
The victim's body in the writing, there's no way she could reach. Then the bug out on the rubble. Yeah, we've got a clear contradiction. Don't worry about it. At the autopsy report. You're a terrible liar, Mr. Tony. Take a look at this autopsy. Specifically, the part about Detective Arm's head injury. Cause of death. Trauma to the back of the head caused by impact with a flat object.
Yes, what about it?
Take a good look at the bloody piece of rubble. It's sharp and pointed.
You're right, boss. It is pointy. Just like your hair.
That is odd, isn't it? What could be the meaning of this contradiction?
I believe it means the victim did not hit her head on this piece of rubble. Let's say you see it's just another fabrication. Its purpose is to mislead us into thinking the victim died near the courtroom entrance.
Are you claiming the culprit moved the victim's body?
That's exactly what I'm claiming. The victim hit her head at some other location, most likely on the floor or some other flat surface. And this location was somewhere near where the bloody writing was found.
In that case, she definitely could have written the message.
Your Honor, I have the result of the blood stain analysis.
Ah, good timing. Let's take a look. According to this report, the message was written Detective Arm's blood, and the defense's claim only the parts of the message were added. And as the defense claim, only the parts of the message that were added afterwards were in Mr. Justice's blood. It would appear the defense's assertion is correct after all.
Of that?
Did it? You were right, boss.
Yeah, this is Candace Arm, and I was written blood of Paula Justice. Okay. I have to drive it home. I have to take a good look at the bloody writing analysis later.
Mr. Tony, it is now apparent that you have told several lies to this court. I hope you have some sort of explanation for yourself.
Fine, I will confess.
You will?
Then why are you so calm? This time, I will tell the truth.
No, you fucking won't, you Weasley little liar. What a Weasley little liar, dude. He's still lying.
It is true that Detective Arm wrote my ID number. He very plainly wrote L10015R. I was shocked, but I did not detonate the bomb. Detective Arm must have been mistaken me for the real bomber. Not wanting to be accused, I moved the body and covered the writing. My bad.
You know, tampering with the scene of a crime, fabricating evidence. Whoopsie!
It was it was an accident.
I see, so it's your assertion that you merely moved the body. Is that it?
That is correct. I did not kill Detective Arm.
Oh, well, that's all you did then. Wait a minute! That in of itself is a criminal act!
Glad to see you finally cross the finish line, Your Honor.
Very well then. Your cross-examination, please, Mr. Wright.
YouTube chat once again being dumb. Perjury does not exist.
They've mentioned it several times, so I'm guessing just the bar for perjury is very fucking high in this universe.
Hold it!
To admit you actually did see the bloody writing the detective arm left. My bad. I should have said so from the outset.
You're sure it was your ID number?
I am sure it was definitely my ID number. That number was assigned exclusively to me by the police department. That number is assigned to my goggles as well.
Those funky things were provided by the police department?
Although these are special goggles customized by me personally. Speaking of personalized, these sunglasses, okay.
So my gavel is made of mahogany. And potato powder is on his ass. Wish I had something to brag about. Man, I just want to reconfirm you saw the bloody writing. Well, you do have a beanie with a hidden camera constructed by Emma Sky, so there's that. And it was your ID number.
That is correct. My ID number is written in blood on the floor.
And he wrote, I was shocked.
Hold it!
L10015R. It was written after the bombing went off in the courtroom.
Correct. I didn't know why she would write it, so that sent me into a panic.
Sounds like you were quite in a tizzy.
Yeah, if I were his shoes, I guess I would have psyched me out too. I can imagine coming across the message, "Psych's" written in blood. If I saw gas and pain written in blood, I'd certainly make me gasp. Rest assured, Mr. Tonin, I understand how you must have felt.
ID number in blood at the scene.
That is right. I saw it in my own eyes. It very clearly said L10015R.
Hold it!
Didn't you? Detective may have had special knowledge of who the bomber was.
I have no idea what thoughts Detective Arm may have had inside her head. It is not like her ever dismantled her mind to check. Yes, you're right. If you have suspicions about the witness, let's see your proof. Evidence is everything in the court of law. Even school children know that.
True, Miles Edgeworth did as a school child.
How many years have you been a defense attorney now?
Give me some slack, will ya? It's like 11. Or a little bit less.
Don't feel bad, boss.
Just get your attorney's badge back after all. I think it's been a decade, actually. Almost exactly.
In that sense, you're still more of a beginner than I am.
I suppose you'd be thankful you're not a licensed psychologist.
Mr. Tony, please continue with your testimony.
With pleasure. My ID number was left at the scene, but Arm must have mistaken me for the real bomber.
Hold it!
Mistaken? You mean it had nothing to do with the explosion?
That is correct. That is why I was so shocked when I saw my ID number. The victim may have suspected Mr. Tone for no reason other than the fact that, as the bomb specialist, he was in charge of the bomb. In other words, a false accusation of vocational discrimination, I say.
Yeah, you'd know something about false accusations, wouldn't you, Gaspin?
I do not support discrimination of any kind.
Well spoken, Your Honor. The victim had been found to be killed with a gavel. Mr. Blue's suit over there would probably have pinned the crime on you.
He would? Well, that just wouldn't do. Mr. Wright, if you dare try to pin anything on me, I will find you in contempt of court.
But I've never even tried to harm a hair or a strand of your beard, Your Honor.
Well said, Mr. Payne, because I am so closely associated with bombs. I was afraid I would be prosecuted if anyone saw the bloody writing.
Oh, you're gonna be prosecuted, alright. I wanted to be accused, I moved the body and cover the writing.
My bad. Whoopsie!
You don't think clean away the bloody writing?
I didn't have time. By the time I found the message, the blood was already dry. The police were waiting just outside for me to secure the room. I still had to move the body. I was in a panic. With no time to spare, I temporarily covered the writing with my case.
Don't you think the police would find it during their investigation?
Regulation stipulates only specialists may touch transport cases. Because of the danger, you see. I thought I could clean up the writing once they were finished. My bad.
My bad? Does he really think that will just magically smooth everything over? This guy's something else. Yeah, I don't believe Detective Arnold's dying message was just some mistake. He won't wiggle his way out of this that easily. What did Mr. Tonate see when he first discovered the bloody writing? Has to be a contradiction. Wrote the ID number. I was shocked. It did not detonate the bomb. Mistaken me for the real bomber. Yeah, the fact that there's a piece missing, I think, could be important. That's the only thing I can think of.
Objection!
No?
I don't see any particular problem with this evidence.
Whoops, I got it wrong. Okay, I don't remember this one. My bad. Does you really think that'll just magically smooth everything over? Let's get something else. I believe Detective Arms' dying mess was just a mistake. He won't wiggle up that easily. Mr. Tony went to see when he first discovered the bloody writing. There has to be a contradiction hidden in his testimony somewhere. Sure, the detective arm wrote my ID number. He very plainly wrote... Or are we presenting this one?
Objection!
Yeah, okay. It was just the wrong statement. And I just want to make doubly sure that L10015R is really what you saw written in blood. Yes, it is very clearly said L10015R. That's odd. At least that's not what I see.
Objection!
What on earth are you babbling about now? Was it you who claimed the body writing was this ID number in the first place? I'll take a good look at the photo and the bloody writing analysis. Tell me, what is it? Does it really say L10015R? Oh. Ah. Something is missing, isn't it? That something is the final R.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Toadate?
Oh, right. Now I remember. There was no R on the end. It's just a slip of the finger. My bad. Come back, my beautiful contradiction. So right, I'm not sure. It's just a simple slip of the finger. Has something for me, Athena? I sense that he's extremely agitated, almost panicked. No shit! He does look pretty flustered.
Well, Mr. Wright, it appears it is nothing more than a mere mistake.
Oh no, did he really just make a typo? What about the R? Did Mr. Tony really see it? Oh, he saw it. Mr. Tony really did see the R. No R anywhere in the bloody writing. What's going on here? Huh? They're taking another look at the photo. I think maybe... That's it! What is it now, Mr. Wright? Are you trying to imitate Apollo and his court of steel? I've got it, so that's what happened. Slip of the finger. Is that really all it was? Because I don't think so. Well, Mr. Tony really did see the letter R.
But it clearly shows there's no R.
No, Your Honor. Actually, it's just the opposite is true. What it shows Mr. Tony actually could have seen the R.
You're going to make that claim. You'd better be able to point out what you mean. What part of the photo shows Mr. Tony could have seen the R?
Right here.
Take that!
Just look here, on the right of the 5. Do you see a little bit of red?
Oh, I see it. Just on the edge where the floor is broken up.
That's the R Mr. Tony saw.
Objection!
It's true they're the witness where very, very odd glasses. That doesn't mean his eyesight is bad, nor his brain power. But part of the little smudge looks like an R to you.
Objection!
What Mr. Tony saw wasn't a little smudge. There's a whole and complete R written there. Or the floor was damaged by the explosion.
Oh, well, that explains it. Huh?
Can you explain what you mean? Because you just proposed that everything happened in the exact opposite order. Ah, right. Okay, now I remember the twist. Right. Tony killed Arm before, Tony killed Arm before the court case ever took place. And he stuffed her body in the bomb transport case, which he was then going to dispose of later. Then, during the case, we decided to call Arm to the stand, so he detonated the bomb and then we would have found out that she was dead. So he detonated the bomb in order to make it seem like she died in the explosion instead. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Now I'm right, and that also explains why the bomb was triggered when it did. He wasn't trying to keep Arm quiet. He was trying to, prevent everyone from finding out that she was already dead. Okay, so that clears that mystery up. That explains why the bombing took place as a cover-up. But then the other question is, why did Tonate kill Arm? That's the that then becomes the real mystery, because it wasn't to stop her from testifying. So why did he murder her before the trial in the first place? Yep, because that's the way it really went down. I mean, when the art was written, turns everything about this case around. Now, the floor is damaged to the explosion. Where was the message written? Explosion. Bloody message running up the edge of the damaged floor like that. Can only conclude that it was written before the explosion. That's ridiculous.
If that were true, it overturns your own premise.
That's right, it does. That turns everything upside down. The victim was not killed by the explosion in the courtroom. She was killed before the explosion ever occurred.
Order in the court.
What kind of preposterous claim is that? Have you forgotten the victim's body was found at the scene of the explosion?
Objection!
True, but considering this scenario, she was hit on the head and killed before the explosion, or even before the trial began. Her body was subsequently placed in the courtroom ruins after the bombing occurred. That way, it could be made to look like she was the victim of the blast.
What?
Sounds like we had better look into what the victim was doing before the trial. Mr. Payne, did anyone see Detective Arm before the trial?
Now, let's see. According to the police report. Ah, here it is. One person saw the victim before the trial. And that person was... Tonate. Wait, what?
Or no one besides Mr. Tonate saw the victim?
That appears to be the case, Your Honor.
I would now ask the court to recall something. Typically, Mr. Tonate's words from yesterday.
It was when Detective Arm and I were transporting the bomb.
Oh my!
Mr. Tonate, just before the trial, you were with the victim. Two of you were together at the scene of the crime, courtroom number 4. Your Honor, the defense requests new testimony from Mr. Tonate. We should hear what he has to say about his whereabouts just before the trial.
Mr. Tonate, your testimony, please!
My testimony. There is no need for what. He's completely unnerved, Mr. Wright. You must have hit the nail on the head.
Because all I did was transport the bomb to the 3 courtroom. I already told you proud to...
Blast this thing. I was only in the courtroom with the victim because of... your work. I swear I was only transporting the bomb there.
Objection!
You and the victim were alone together at the scene of the crime. In other words, you certainly had the opportunity to commit murder, didn't you?
Tisk. You always leave yourself so open to attack, Mr. Wright.
What now, Mr. Payne?
Yes, Mr. Tonate may have had the opportunity to kill Detective Arm, but an important piece of your assertion is missing.
What important piece?
The murder weapon. What do you claim is used to kill the victim?
Mr. Payne has a point. Even if Mr. Tonate had the chance without a weapon, we can't accuse him of a crime.
Mr. Tonate? Yes, that's right. I don't have any sort of thing that can be used as a murder weapon on me. I could possibly kill Detective Arm.
You really have nothing he could have used as a murder weapon. No, he used the bomb.
What is it, Athena? I was just looking at the victim's autopsy report. I think there's something we can point us in the right direction.
Let's say trauma from the back of the head from a flat object. Which witness breakdown is your favorite in the series? Let me think. There's the first guy, I don't remember. Not Red White, not producer. Von Karma is pretty good. Gant is fantastic. Not Wellington, not Morgan, not Amy. Ooh, Acros is really good. Okay, so Acro Gant. On Guard is good. I like On Guard. Dahlia was okay. So was Luke at Me was good. Tiger was so there wasn't really a breakdown in 3-4. Gatos was also really good. Kristoff is really good. Not the first one, the second one, Secession, right? Alita, Tialan, Darian Crescent, that was meh. Let me think. In this game, Ted Tonates was meh. Florent LaBelle was meh. Professor Means was pretty good. I'll give it that. Then what about in investigations? What did we have? Jacques Portsman, remember. I don't. Oh right. Cammy Meal, meh. I don't remember much about the third case in that game, and then yeah, the last one was the ambassador guy, but nah. I think it's. I have not played Spirit of Justice yet now, so I think it's definitely between Chief Gant, Acro, and Christoph Gavin. It's one of those three. It's hard for me to choose one. I think Acro is the best in terms of emotional weight. It's such a beautiful breakdown. In terms of like a character just going insane, it's easily Chief Gant. Kristoff's is nice too. I also like the fact that after his breakdown, Gant is like, oh yeah, the court, like the judge gets to give a pretty nice monologue, and then he's like, oh yeah, I think the court system's in good hands with you two, with Phoenix and Edgeworth leading it now. So yeah, I think yeah, one of those three. Hard for me to pick. Yeah, to inflict that specific kind of injury. All you would need is a flat surface, right? Heavy blunt object with a flat surface could definitely be the murder weapon. Acro made me cry, Gant breaking and Kristoff gave me chills. Yeah, there are different types of breakdowns.
Mr. Wright, can you indicate for your court what you used to call this court?
Like, I'm not a Big Top hater like most people in the fandom. I actually quite enjoy Big Top. That being said, I think overall it's not as good as say Turnabout Samurai. But I think Acro's breakdown alone elevates that case to be one of the better ones in the series. Even if the actual like case itself is a bit meh. I can. Believe being the key word here. You can?
Please do so now. What did Mr. Tony have used as a weapon?
A bomb! Mr. Tony, you say you didn't have anything that could be used as a weapon. In fact, you had the perfect thing. What? What devil are you talking about? A weapon that can destroy itself. I hate Big Top because of the clown. Oh no, Mo is the best. I fucking love him. No, Big Top has a couple of logic issues, specifically like a bit of the mechanics of the murder. There's some issues there. It's got some big pacing issues. That's the main thing. And then the whole love triangle plot line with Ventriloquist, Max, and Regina is atrocious. But aside from that, I think it's a fun case. I think Ben and Trilo, I think all the characters individually are great, especially Acro, and I fucking love Mo. You had this? You had this.
That bomb! I thought you were trying to prove that the victim wasn't killed by a bomb blast.
A bomb blast? No, but I believe Candace Arm was killed with this bomb. The whole murder weapon is a gigantic Deus Ex Machina BS. I think it's just because the game. Well, no, Acro just used essentially just copied Max's flying trick using his bus to just smash the ringmaster on the back of the head. The only thing that was bullshit is the fact that the cape that the ringmaster was wearing happened to just perfectly land on the bust. That's the only, and the fact that they didn't really explain how Max's flying technique really worked, and how Acro was able to save it up. But it's not that bad. How did the cape get on the best? Yeah, that's the only like logic issue in that case, and it can literally just be attributed to luck, essentially. And they deliver the fatal blow to her head. I mean, it's not great, but it's better than logic and like it's extremely like unlikely, but it is possible. Unlike Bridge to the Turnabout, where swinging the body across the ravine is physically impossible for multiple reasons. Let's call the description of Detective Arm's head wound. Trauma to the back of the head caused by impact with a flat object. I assume this injury was sustained when her head hit the floor. But a blow from any flat side of this bomb would produce the exact same pattern. Also, the cape didn't actually turn out to be that big of a The cape didn't turn out to be that big of an element in the case. I mean, sure, it prevented Mo from seeing that it was the bust, but like, yeah. Larry's painting in Bridge to the Turnabout still haunts me. It's not even Larry's painting. It's two things. It's first of all the fact that because the both sides of just the way a pendulum works, in order for that, I think the body ended up flying 15 feet into the air after it was at the end of the pendulum, right? Which means either it needed to have been, thrown down 15 feet above the bridge, which that doesn't make sense. Both sides of the bridge were level with each other. Or Gatto must have been strong enough to throw a body 15 feet into the air. Like, if Gatto did not have the strength to, like, just grab a body and throw it 15 feet into the air, it is not possible for him to throw it down with enough force for it to then fly up 15 feet into the air on the other side. Not to mention the fact that if he tied the body using a rope, there's no reason why the rope would it's the thing where like the rope knot just happened to undo itself at the perfect time to launch the body at the perfect angle, rather than what would have actually happened being that the knot the body wouldn't have actually gotten anywhere. It just would have kept swinging back and forth under the bridge because it was fucking tied. It makes literally zero fucking sense. And there's other problems with Bridge to the Turnabout on top of that, like Sister Bikini not recognizing Elise, a lot of stuff. What's with him? And show me some proof. Show me evidence that I hit the victim with the bomb. Yeah, he's right. I don't have anything decisive. If victim's blood on the bomb, that would be decisive proof. But too bad, the bomb is blown to bits. It's long gone. Over. I think nothing of the bomb in the photo? Yeah, there you go. This the broken clock. It's a little broken here. Maybe contact with the detective arm's head. Definitely a distinct possibility. They found a fragment with the victim's blood on it. That's not gonna count. Guess you're right. Yeah. What in the world do I do now? I have to change gears and look at things in a different way. Things he wasn't able to hide. The way to expose the things he did hide. They told him murder detective arm before the trial started. Placed the body in the courtroom after the bomb went off. Means there was something he needed to do to keep hidden until then. A photo that shows exactly what Mr. Tonate had to hide. Yeah, the bloody writing.
Take that!
Tony hid this makes decisive evidence in my case. I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that, Mr. Rain. I'm not sure either, Your Honor. Me either. What? Well, you have to hide the body as well. The photo. That's the body? Something we've been overlooking. Murder took place before the trial. Stoney would have had to have the body somewhere during the trial. Hey, you're right. We can figure out where his hiding place was. Exactly. Might be able to find some evidence to pin him down with. So, where could Mr. Tony have hidden the body during the trial?
Take that!
Curious. Especially if they thought there was a bomb in it. Mr. Tony. What is it? Do you finally have some decisive evidence to show me? No, you're the one who's gonna show it to me. Come again? You heard me. Now, show me what's inside that bomb transport case. What? Why, no, there's no need. Now, got him now. This where the trial he killed the victim using a blood object. Then he placed her body in the ruins of the courtroom after the bomb went off. Really, we were trying to make it look like she died in the explosion. But where was the body hidden during the trial?
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
Answer's right here. Inside a box made of thick alloy plating that can withstand any impact. No, that's completely false. If it's false, you should have no objections to showing us your transport case. Yeah, so during that entire time, during the case 4 trial, Candace's body was just in the fucking box. So, let's open and take a look inside, shall we? What now? Let's not. Not if you value your life. What's he up to now? Man, come and listen carefully. This bomb will detonate in 5 minutes. What? Huh? I repeat, this HH-3000 will detonate in 5 minutes. What's going on? Your Honor, I recommend you adjourn this trial. Or this bomb goes off. Yeah, but you were never able to figure out the explosive mechanism, so it's not real.
Tony, are you threatening me?
I am the only one who can disable this bomb. If you do not want to die, your only option is to listen to me. And Mr. Tony, did you say this is just a training model? A fake to practice on? I did, but I also lied. This is the real deal. This is the HH-3000. But HH-3000 was used to blow up courtroom number 4, wasn't it? How do you know it was the real HH-3000 that blew up courtroom number 4? Huh? The bomb that blew up the courtroom was a different one. One that I made.
What? Are we to take that as a confession on your part?
Take it again. Take it any way you would like. Can we see the display on this bomb? Because I don't know if it's cracked. Just before the trial, I took HH-3000 out of the stuffed animal and put my own bomb into it. That was the bomb that exploded and destroyed the courtroom number 4. Mr. Tony, please be reasonable. You really expect us to believe a crazy story like that? The HH-3000 is so unique. I'd never seen anything like it. It's so unique that I could not replicate the detonation mechanism, so I just had to have it. Besides, did anyone look inside the stuffed animal during the trial? Did anyone check to see if it really was HH3000 in there?
I must confess, no one opened the stuffed animal to check.
No, there really is a possibility the bomb was switched out.
No, not a possibility. A certainty. I did it. Okay. You had the real bomb with him this whole time. You'd better get out of here while you can. You do not have much time.
Order! Order in the court! I'm out of here! I'm gonna blow! Run!
It's just us. You four are still here. Well, well, aren't you brave?
It just wouldn't do for the judge presiding over this court to run. With that horrible explosion the other day.
The judge looks like he's about to book it for the nearest exit any second. As for Mr. Payne, that is and he's off. Mr. Wright, what do we do? Ugh, it'd be pretty pathetic to run now, wouldn't it? The bomb might really go off. Only 3 more minutes, folks. The display is fine. Yep. Oh, really? What did I do? Run like a yellow-bellied chicken. I gotta stand our ground. Fucking badass. I can't run now. Well, if it's been fun, I will be going now. With my dear HH3000 naturally. Oh, and by the way, I would advise against having me followed. Even with no remote switch, this bomb can still be triggered manually. If I think I'm being followed, I will detonate it on the spot. Farewell.
Hold it!
You're not going anywhere, Ted Tonate. Oh? Your Honor, there's no reason to be afraid. That bomb is a fake.
Are you sure, Mr. Wright?
More of your famous bluffing, even at the risk of your own life.
Mr. Wright, none of your bluffing now, not at a time like this. Lives are on the line here.
I'm not bluffing, and I have proof.
You do?
Yes, of course, Your Honor. It's right here in the photo of the bomb, clear as day. Prove that Mr. Tonate's bomb is not the real HH3000.
Really? Out with it then, immediately. Here's proof that what Mr. Tonate is holding is not the real HH3000.
Back screen. Display for the timer on the bomb in the photo is broken. Most likely, a broken Mr. Tonate used the bomb to attack Detective Arm. But the display on the bomb in front of us is not broken.
Oh, you're right.
Therefore, this is not the real HH3000. Mr. Tonate is clearly lying when he said he switched out the bomb to the stuffed animal. The real HH3000 blew up courtroom number 4. Bomb is nothing more than a fake, a model used for training purposes. Yeah! Fear not, Your Honor. I will examine the inside of the bomb transport case myself.
Yes, please do that, Mr. Wright.
No! Stop!
What is that? Is that a blood stain?
Just as I expected. Your lies have all been blown to bits, Mr. Tonate. I'm confident DNA analysis on this bloodstain will confirm that it's Detective Arm's blood. Those results will conclusively prove that you murdered Detective Arm. How about it, Mr. Tonate? Think you can dismantle this decisive evidence? Dismantle it. You're too late. You missed your chance to run, so now you're out of time. This HH3000 is about to explode. Don't try to threaten us, Mr. Tonate. I already proved that your bomb is a fake. It's real. This bomb is a real thing, I tell you. It's real. Mad bomber party of one. There's no time now. It's going to blow. I have to disarm it. I have to take it apart. I can dismantle anything. I can take apart evidence. I can take apart bombs. I can dismantle all.
Dismantle, 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 dismantle. Yeah, I'm not gonna make it. Only one thing left to do. Stop! Made it!
Oh. Game over. Detonate. Disarm failed. Then you finish this case again. How do you feel about it? Did your opinion get better or worse? Or you still feel the same?
Ha! It's over. My life has been blown to pieces. All that stupid woman's fault. I was selling bombs I disarmed on the black market. And I tried to take this one. She just had to notice, didn't she? She confronted me in the courtroom number 4 that day. That's why I had no choice. Before I knew what I was doing, I hit her. It was her fault. I was looking for a place to hide her body. She left a message in her own blood. Trial was about to start, so I didn't have time to clean it up. And now all this. I thought for sure I would disguise her death with that explosion. And that stupid defense attorney started sticking his nose into my business. In my testimony yesterday, I went to courtroom number 4 and I found the kid all up in my bomb transport case. That's when I snuck up behind him and bam! And that idiot police arrested that little girl. I thought for sure I could pin it all on her. Why? Oh, why?
Tony, you are hereby under arrest.
I definitely enjoyed the case more the second time around. Absolutely. It still has some issues with it, but not nearly as bad as I remember.
On suspicion of the courtroom bombing and the assault on Mr. Justice, your innocence or guilt will be determined in a later trial. Now then, I see the members of the public have returned to the gallery. One person, however, seems to be running far, far away. Be that as it may, I will now announce Miss Juniper Wood's verdict.
Then you said you were going to talk about Black Hole's use of the word dono at the end of the stream. I will! Yes, thanks for reminding me. I'll do that once we're done here. Bro is gone!
Court is adjourned.
You
did it, boss!
Yeah, I guess we managed to pull it off somehow.
Many mysteries cleared up all at once. That was amazing.
It sort of worked out that way, didn't it?
Not the kind of thing that usually just works out. You made it happen. The way you mean that mean old prosecutor hightailed it out of there. That was great. I wish I could see Black Quill running like that. You're right, Thena. Thank you for everything you did for me. I'm so happy for you, Junie. I can go back home to the forest in peace. I thought you'll come and visit me sometime.
That'd be nice. Thank you for the invitation.
I'm not Mr. Right. I'm not sure you can make it all the way out to Junie's house. How high up do you live again, Junie? Around 3,000 feet, I think.
What?
That's not a forest, that's a mountain. But you know, boss, there's something that still bothers me about the case. A little mystery we never got around to solving.
Oh, that. Yeah, I was wondering about that too. This unsolved mystery you're thinking of? Let me just save. I wasn't really paying much attention to the case, so could be that. Oh yeah, the fact that the remote switch is gone, right?
Take that!
Remote switch, right?
Yeah, I wonder where it disappeared to. Maybe Mr. Tony just got rid of it somewhere?
Yeah, it's a pretty big thing to leave unsolved, though. Well, let's leave it up to the police to find. For now, we should be celebrating our not guilty verdict.
I guess you're right. I know, Junie, so we can report the good news. You know, to that certain someone. Okay.
Huh? Our grandmother.
Now, silly, to Apollo.
All right. Well, why don't we all go to the hospital together to see him?
Great idea. But he's bored out of his mind. Okay.
So the courtroom bombing case came to a close, but the next trial is just over the horizon. Never a dull moment with so many lawyers in the office, that's for sure. Well, Justice, Athena Sykes, and me, Phoenix Wright. In the three of us, there's no case we can't solve. When our powers combine, we're an unstoppable team. Well, yes, that's what we believed. Oh, that changed with what Apollo said to us that day. But they would put my faith in us to the ultimate test.
Sorry, but I'll be taking a leave of absence.
Wait, what do you mean by a leave?
Can you at least give me a reason why?
I can only say that this is something I must settle on my own.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure what the leave of absence has to do with, because like, I mean, you'd think you'd want to stick around to finish the case, or to finish getting Mr. Starbuck declared innocent. But then again,
Why, Apollo?
this could be after.
Why are you shutting us out?
This could be after Cosmic Turnabout is finished, because he is still in the hospital the day after. So maybe it could be like we finish the case and then after that he leaves. But I wonder why. What does he need to do? Seems. What happened to you, Apollo? Does he put that jacket on? Now, for whatever reason, all my mind keeps doing is returning to the day I first met you. We tackled our first case together. He and I, this past spring. Right, Monster's Turnabout. Yes, we did. I came to know who he is, how he thinks. Very peculiar case, in which the victim was killed by a mythical creature. Okay. There's also a wrestler in there. Yeah, okay. So then it looks like possibly the death of Candace's arm and the subsequent bombing actually had nothing to do with the events of the Cosmic Turnabout. Because it was just, it could have just been a wholly independent thing. However, if we know... Okay, a couple of things. Since we know that Ted Tonate was a smuggler who sort of sold bombs on the black market, we know for a fact that Francisca works with Interpol to investigate smuggling, although maybe she only works on like the smuggling ring from investigations, so we'll see. So that could have been who Phoenix was talking about. But I still think Edgeworth is probably the best bet. But yeah, so interesting. So then the big thing is, where did the detonator go to? So yeah, I'm glad I replayed that case. First of all, because I just enjoyed it more with the context and the second time around. And that detonator, I'm guessing, is going to be important going forward. So yeah, I knew there was some kind of unsolved mystery at the end of the case, but I didn't remember what. So I'm glad I did that. So, what I was going to talk about, right? So, Dono. I had originally assumed that Dono was just some kind of insult that Black Quill was using. However, between the last stream and this one, I decided to do some research, and after diving through a whole rabbit hole of Japanese linguistics, what I actually found is pretty interesting. So, Dono is an honorific like San or Sama. It's very rarely used. It's mostly just used in like official documents and writing, like certificates, right? Like if you get a degree from university, your name might be written as Justice Dono. Meta-narrative perspective, because they don't want to spoil the side games and mini games. Maybe, but it doesn't necessarily have to be, right? Like, but it doesn't have to be the same smuggling ring as before. If Francisca being just investigating, that would be just a normal thing. Wait, what was I saying? Oh yeah, Dono. So like San and Sama, Dono is a formal honorific that's used in formal speech to denote a level of respect for the person you're talking to. And Francisca is an Interpol agent? I guess, yeah. But I don't see why that necessarily would be a spoiler, because it, like, I don't think that really would be... I don't really consider that a spoiler. But, yeah, so the thing with Dono is that, so obviously San is typically used for people of equal social standing or rank. Although you would also use... San doesn't denote a rank between the people that are speaking. It's just a sort of general honorific. You can use it for someone that is of higher rank than you, same rank as you, lower rank than you. And in all cases it applies. Sama is different in that it implies that the person speaking is in some way inferior. They are denoting themselves as inferior to the person they're referring to, right? That's not really used nowadays, but you would typically use, historically you would use it for like the emperor, right? Or in modern speech, it would only be used in some businesses who refer to their customers by sama, to sort of the whole like putting the customer above themselves type of thing. Dono is the opposite. It's still a formal honorific meant to denote respect, but nowadays it's used when the person being referred to is of lower rank than the person speaking. So you could assume Dono is Blackquill being being like his whole like old samurai respect, like using honorifics and that stuff. But at the same time, the fact that he's specifically choosing Dono could be a slight dig, implying that Sykes and Justice are inferior to him or lower rank than him. However, it gets actually a bit more interesting if we look at the context of Dono in historical usage, because obviously we know Blackquill is a fucking LARPer who has this sort of very antiquated sort of way of like speaking and whatever, and he fashions himself as samurai. So we actually look at how Dono was used back in samurai terms. It's actually more so a term that means lord, kind of like, because obviously if you had two peasants referring to each other, they would refer to themselves as san. If you had a peasant referring to a lord, they would use sama, because the lord is above them. Dono, in historical times, would be used by lords to refer to each other, because it denotes that the person being spoken to is like a lord, but the person speaking is also a lord, isn't putting the other person above themselves, which sama would imply, right? So it's kind of like in English, right? Obviously, two people that aren't of like noble blood would just refer to themselves as Mr. A peasant referring to a noble would call them my lord, whereas two lords referring to each other would just call themselves lord, not my lord, because my lord denotes a level of subservience, whereas lord doesn't. So taking into account Blacquill's antiquated way of speaking, Justice Dono could actually be interpreted as a very respectful way of sort of just addressing Justice and Sykes in a very respectful way, essentially equivalent to calling him Lord Justice and Lady Sykes. So I thought that was really cool, because it actually means that, like, in some ways, I mean, Blackquill is probably one of the most respectful prosecutors we've had, right? Like, yeah, he'll disrespect people, but he's generally polite, even when he's doing that. And things like that, spoilers for some reason. There's why K won't appear again, because there's this spoiler for some writers. Missing character now, but I'm not sure what the theory is. Just sure. Alright, well, that being said, he's very polite. Yeah, that's what I was getting to. I think using the context, I think it could be a bit of a double meaning, where like you could sort of interpret it as a subtle dig, but I think it's more so him just being polite. Extremely polite, in fact, which is, I think, really cool. So, yeah, that being said, we're gonna leave it off here for today. I definitely enjoyed this case more the second time around. next stream will either be Persona 3 or it will be some more Chrono Trigger. We'll see. And then yeah, the next Dual Destiny stream, just keep an eye out. I'm not sure when that's gonna be, but yeah, I will see you all I'll see you all on the next stream. So yeah, thanks for watching.